Thank you for joining us this morning at our City Council budget session, budget development meeting. We'll go ahead and get started. Ruth, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Adamson?
Here.
Gray?
Here.
Gina?
Here.
Johnston?
Here.
Lurick?
Here.
Manon?
Here.
Platt?
Here. Thank you. Agenda item 2 is fiscal year 2020 budget development overview. Finance staff will give a brief overview of the budget development items related to creation of the city's fiscal year 2020 budget. 2020 budget. Department presentations will be given at this time. And so instead of going through all of every time we finish one, instead of me just reading this, what we're going to do is just keep rolling through it. And so if you're okay with that, if you'll announce who's up next, then we'll just go from there.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ashley Welsh, Senior Accountant. We're still working on getting through some of the interfund charges for the budget. The last one we have to work on is fleet. And so we will get those done this week so they will be shown in the presentations for next week. But we are going to go ahead and get started with street. So.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Tom Kirkman, Deputy Public Works Director, and I'm joined with Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director. I know you have a long day, so we'll make this as quick as possible. So our mission, same mission as we've had in years past, is to maintain basically all 249 centerline miles of city streets, keep traffic moving. The key services that we provide, we're a pretty diverse department. We provide pavement management, snow and ice control, street sweeping, and just a litany of other things, including all of the traffic signal maintenance as well as the city fuel site. Just a little bit about our employees. We have 33 employees. They're broken down into a street group, a traffic group, and then our administrative functions. If I'm going too fast, holler and we'll pull her back in. Some of our measures of effectiveness, these are the pavement management program that we accomplished last year. We were able to cover a little over 30 miles of road, which equates to about 13% of our network. Our philosophy up till a few years ago is we were trying to get as many miles as we could in a year. And now we're working at a more targeted approach of how we increase our network condition for the best bang for our buck every year. And sometimes those two don't always correlate, but for the most part they do. So you'll see some years where the mileage will be a little low, but it gets us a higher network PCI, which is the pavement condition index, and it kind of bounces back and forth. And then some of this we'll discuss a little bit later. The prices of oil has been skyrocketing. Yeah. So some of our other accomplishments is the Center Street Underpass rehabilitation. That was a project we were very proud of last year that we went through and did a little facade rebuild on the underpass, did some lighting upgrades, did some pavement work down there, as well as some approach and departure islands to make it a little bit safer and a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, as well as trying to preserve what's there. We had exposed rebar, and whenever that's out in the elements, it just deteriorates inside the wall and kind of deteriorates the wall from the inside out, so we wanted to get those covered.
Nice job.
Thank you. Right-of-way projects, we put in 32 handicap accessible ramps last summer as part of our pavement management plan, which we thought was really good for us. Last year we did 16, and so we're really trying to get as many of those knocked out as we can each year. We also were able to spray and abate 383 acres of weeds. That's something that we've really taken a lot of pride in these last few years is we love driving down the road and not seeing any weeds growing. And I think with our weed spray department has done a really great job of that. I find myself when I'm in neighboring communities or other towns going, oh, look at the weeds, and we don't have that here. So it's been a really good sense of pride for us. As far as our pavement marking crews, they were able to reinstall 214 crosswalks last year. We have a total of about 626, so we try and get about a third done every year on those.
626
crosswalks.
That's the official ones, right?
That's the official crosswalks. That's the painted ones on the road.
But it's not like you do it at every corner, right?
Not every corner. Nope.
Okay. I was going to say, it seems small.
Yes.
When that walkability expert was here a month ago, we took a walk and we looked at some of the crosswalks, and he talked about in Bozeman how they're doing something different with crosswalk markings. Is that something we're going to look into?
Yeah, we've looked at that and researched that. We live by a book called the MUTSIT. We call it the MUTSIT. It's the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, and it's very clear on what you can and can't do. I mean, we've looked at some of those, like, for instance, when we did the purple path down First Street, we had to go to the mud set and say, is purple an approved color to be down on the road and stuff like that. And so we're still kind of in the trial and error of what's acceptable around for us. Does that answer your question?
So are you going to do any of that?
Yeah, I think it's something that we would like to do. And the counterpart to it is usually when you start to deviate and have different crosswalks at different locations, your economies of scales, you lose that, and it becomes a bit of a maintenance increase in cost. You know, if you have a certain crosswalk in this area and then a different crosswalk in this area, and one's, you know, like got Bengal stripes on it, and then the other one has a flag, you know, and it can get to where you're having custom stencils cut, and so it can add cost, but it's definitely something to look into.
I think one that he had recommended or had said that they were doing was like the ladder crosswalks or the diagonals. And so I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about what our policy is on that.
Yeah, so ladder crosswalks are the ones that some people call them piano key crosswalks. We try and put those in our high visibility area so it grabs people attention because they say, this isn't a normal crosswalk I'm seeing. And so we put those around elementary schools, in school zones, and where we have a lot of small children, so it grabs a little bit of extra attention. The piano key crosswalks are about 2 to 3 times as much money as a regular crosswalk. So
One thing they talked about was countersinking slightly so that snow removal equipment didn't catch those and tear them up.
yeah, and we've tried that in the past. The unfortunate part with that is when you have to come in and actually grind the pavement and lower it. And what that does, if you look at it, I don't want to say under a microscope, but when you look at it small, because you can see it, there's little saw teeth there. And then when you apply the thermoplastic, it doesn't adhere as well. And so you have a failure rate that's a lot more. The state did that a few years ago on Yellowstone, where they embedded them, and it all came up within like 6 months. So there's pluses and minuses to it. You know, unfortunately, what we've seen in our research is the embedded stuff. It's just our climate's too harsh right here, and then you can't get a good enough substrate after you grind it to embed it in properly. A few years ago, we actually got heat applied to thermoplastic type material, and as we were paving the road, we set the stripes in the road and then took the roller over the top of them and rolled it. And it worked really well, but it slowed down the paving process a bunch. So we're always looking at new technologies and new different ways to do it. We had a street sweeper one morning. We come in at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll try and hurry, I'm sorry. Years ago, we come in and we sweep the busier areas of town, Yellowstone and Old Town, at 4 in the morning on Thursdays. And one of the street sweepers was going down Yellowstone, sweeping, and down by Herning. And those embedded stripes, as the sweeper went over it, it just started rolling that stripe up into the broom, and because it couldn't adhere well, and it picked it right up, and just everybody was like, stop, stop. So there's pluses and minuses to everything, but we have an awesome traffic department. They're like cutting edge, and I can talk about that right now. Last year we started our own striping program. We bought our own striper. We did all of our own striping. We did 85 miles of striping last year. The big thing I want to talk about is our traffic operations center. It's really grown and become pretty state of the art. And so our traffic group, they're always looking at new and inventive and new ways to do things, like crosswalks and striping. We've actually been getting a lot of regional recognition on our traffic center, and even Federal Highways has given us a bunch of kudos for our traffic center. We're doing a lot of things over there right now that a lot of people in the nation aren't doing. And so we're really proud of that, and we want to keep moving forward with that. Some of the issues and concerns moving up, always allocating proper financing for pavement. That's the big one. As costs keep going up, that's something that we always want to work for. The Department of Justice a few years came out with the ADA ramp requirements. Whenever you do certain pavement treatments, you have to replace the ADA ramps. That was one of those unfunded mandates that come along. The curb ramp replacement are pretty expensive. Each corner can go from $2,500 to replace up to $5,000 to replace, just to try and get the slopes correct to reach the ADA accessibilities. And so we've got a certain amount of funding that the council has given us years back, and we try and knock out as many of those ramps as we can each year. But that's something that we're always trying to chase. Another thing that is an issue moving forward is our traffic signal network is aging. We've got some really neat stuff going on in our traffic center, but the stuff out in the field's getting old. You know, we don't have a lot of spare poles. If we have a vehicle that strikes a traffic signal pole, we don't have any backups in case that happens. We had the other day a motorist hit the control box over on Poline and Eldridge, and we lost that signal. It went completely black, and we don't have spare cabinets, and our electricians were able to rebuild that thing on site and get it up and running, which was unbelievable to me, because we went through and we put bags over the heads, we made it stop signs. I mean, we came to terms with the fact that that was going to be a 4-way stop or a 2-way stop with stop signs for the next 3 months while we had a cabinet built. And our electrician went over there and he's, I'm going to do this and do that, and he got it running. We're still going to replace it, but he was able to keep it running so that it didn't disrupt traffic. So pretty impressive. And then moving forward, we talked a little bit about this last week, is stormwater. This permit, as it starts moving forward, we really don't know how deep this is going to reach yet, but it's looking like it's going to be pretty expensive, unfortunately, to run. And then just continue providing adequate funding for our Fund 70 projects, which are our federal aid projects. It's a pretty good bang for the buck. You know, if we can get a fairly large project for a small percentage, it's something we definitely want to try to exploit.
What's the typical match?
7.34%.
What type of projects would you be anticipating for that fund?
So like Alameda and Jefferson that we did last year,
Yep.
that was a federal aid fund. Second and Benton, the Benton Street Bridge right now we're doing reconstruction and rehabilitation underneath. And then the Hawthorne and Quinn signal coming up, that's another federal aid project.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll talk a little bit more about that. We're going to do Fund 70 after this.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the budget now. The personnel, you can see there's a pretty big decrease. That is because we are moving mechanics into the fleet fund. So you'll kind of see that when we go over the fleet presentation. So we took mechanics from street, sanitation, water, parks, I think that that's it, let me check. And police. So you'll kind of see a little bit of a decrease there from taking some personnel away, but it's just going to go into the fleet fund, and we'll kind of explain that a little bit later. But that doesn't include the increase, the 2.5%, and the medical increase. So you can see that about 42% of their budget is for labor. They have 33 full-time employees and a budget of about $160,000 for part-time. Operating, you can just see a little bit of movement in between the lines, but overall these come in flat. And the street revenue comes from a few different sources. So we get property tax, we get highway user money, we get Bannock County Road and Bridge. There's also some interfund revenues in there, and then just some small miscellaneous. So you can see a lot of it comes from taxes and the road, like the road taxes.
Why would we have two different property tax entries there?
So one of them is for property tax and one of them is for highway user fees. They come in separately, so we track them separately.
But
Is there?
I guess I see property tax interest another.
The other is the highway user fee.
Okay, but so we got two taxes going on for property taxes.
So one's an actual property tax and one's a highway user tax that I believe is through the county.
Okay.
So it's the other, not the property, those two
Well,
are just combined.
I'm just,
Yeah.
I think that's double taxation theoretically.
I think it's the other part, not the
Okay.
first part.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's the other part. That's just how we break it out to kind of keep track of it separately so that we can see where
Okay.
the money is coming from. It might not be the best name for that. Maybe we should create an account line that kind of better describes that.
Okay.
So.
Okay, first off, I want to start off by saying I'm very sympathetic to the prospect of asking for more money, and I get that. These are things that we've discussed in the past, that we've talked about. There's kind of a wave coming towards us. So I would categorize these right now as some wants, but we're teetering on to where they're going to become needs here shortly. So operating and maintenance, our weed control is getting very expensive. We've seen growth with that, like when South Valley Road came on, that was a big impact to us. That's a lot of area that we need to mow and spray. So we're asking for some money there. Our electrical supplies, our controllers, our detection, our monitors are getting old. We would like to start moving forward into a different kind of detection, which is radar. It's just a way better way of regulating traffic through town with this. And then we also would like to start trying to set aside money to start getting extra parts so we can have those on hand, like extra signal poles, extra cabinets, as well as trying to move forward and trying to cubby some money away for intersections like Poline and Eldridge or Custer and Arthur, some of our old span wire signals the signals are hanging by a wire. We're just getting to the point where they're getting out of date. Our stormwater.
Those standard parts, Tom, are they standardized throughout the city?
Not right now. We're working on standardizing them. Our controllers, which is kind of the brains of them, we've standardized all of those. The signal heads are standard, but each pole is different. If you have 3 lanes that you have to span, it's a certain pole and a mast arm. If you only have 2 lanes, it's a different one. And then each cabinet is kind of the silver cabinets you see next to the stoplights. Those are all kind of purpose-built for that location. So there's a lot of common parts, but there's also a few different ones. That answer that okay? We put in stormwater permit here. We really don't know where to go with this. We threw $50,000 at it. Like I said, this is a list of wants, but we're looking at, these are beginning to come needs here shortly. And so I don't know if this is something we want to try and attack this year or not. Some of the things we're going to be looking at with this new stormwater fee is more testing, more hauling debris to the landfill as opposed to just an inert material that we can dump anywhere. And so landfill costs are $28 to $29 a ton, where we used to be able to get rid of, for instance, street sweepings for free in a lot of spots. And then for building new infrastructure, we had a meeting the other day about some potential regulations coming down the pike where whenever we stockpile our street sweepings, they have to be on a paved surface that's enclosed. So that's a structure that would have to be built because they don't want it leaching into the ground. So we want it on a paved surface, and then they don't want the wind eroding the pile, so they want it undercover. We don't know if that's a regulation yet, but they're talking about it. And so these are just some of the things that are looming over our heads on that. This professional service, 5 years ago, we did an independent road survey, and we went through and we had a company come in and they evaluated every road in town. They designated a number as well as a deterioration curve for our modeling purposes. And so as they went and evaluated each road, they gave it a value of 0 to 100. So if a road was like an 80, that's a road that's in pretty good shape. Well, then part of that development was to say, if you put on a certain treatment, it will increase the life by X amount, 5 years. So during this 5-year span, as we've put these treatments on these roads, we've been able to adjust their condition based upon this theoretical 5-year or 10 PCI point bumps. So what we want to do is get those people back in here, reevaluate the same exact way, and see if our formulas that we've been using to track how the roads are progressing or deteriorating is correct for our formulas. Does that make sense? A little complicated. That's a one-time thing that could come out of reserves. And then a big one is the streets budget. We just did a bid opening yesterday for asphalt, which is the hot mix asphalt when we pave. And right now, with all of our oil costs in, we got a 19% increase this year on oil costs, or excuse me, 15% this year. It was 4% last year. So in 2 years, we've had a 19% increase. So we're still managing. I mean, we've had $1 million in our paving plan for about 15 years. And we've kept that same million, and our buying power is just decreasing and eroding a little bit every year. And so that's something that moving forward we're gonna need to look at. And if that's something we want to look at this year, that'd be great. I think we can keep on the trajectory we're going. We are improving the network every year currently as we go. But I don't know how sustainable that's going to be in the long run. And we've talked about this a few times in the years past, and so I just wanted to get that out there so you could see it.
Tom, on that, there seemed to be a spring spike in oil prices. Do you think the prices would change if we didn't do that bidding this time of the year, delayed it, or did it earlier in the year or later in the year?
Yeah, that's a good question. Unfortunately, that's the only time that the oil companies, because they have to get their allocations for the summer months. So the oil plants have to say, I need 10,000 tons of oil dedicated for this summer. And so the oil companies ask us to give them that information in the early spring, late winter time. The other thing is we call it bituminous oil. That's the oil that you make asphalt out of. The refinery process has gotten so good, they can install what's called cokers, and they're able to refine so much more of the crude into usable fuels. And so asphalt throughout the years has always been kind of the leftover, what they couldn't use for anything else. Well, they're getting so good at pulling out this oil to use in diesels and heating oils and unleadeds that amount of leftover that you use for asphalt is getting smaller and smaller every year. We've heard of a refinery can put in a coker plant, and it's like a $1 billion investment, and it's got like a 5 or 6 year turnaround on ROI. It's just the amount of money they're able to generate by just scraping the bottom of that barrel. And then unfortunately the bad side for us is that affects us. It's getting bad enough asphalt-wise nationwide that Texas is really big. They're actually getting asphalt shingles that come off the roofs, old ones, and they're grinding them up, putting them in the asphalt. And then we've been using ground up rubber tires for years. And so there's a lot of new stuff going on to try and combat this. But
I was going to ask that, especially given the whole world's focus on moving away from fossil fuels, is that having an effect on asphalt and like trying to find other alternatives?
yeah, there's a very big push to try and make green asphalt. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a lot of luck as of late. I mean, the research is still going on. What you're seeing a lot is by the time you process the shingle and get it into the asphalt, it's almost costing as much. So it's almost a wash right now. So it's just a tough one right now,
Or is recycled plastic figuring in any of this?
They've tried that a few years. The curing rates is so volatile on recycled plastics. We call it a hot plant. That's where they generate the asphalt from. They dump it into our dump trucks at about 350, 380 degrees. By the time it gets to our paver, which applies it, it's down to about 275 degrees. So you're losing that heat. So as they started experimenting with plastics years back, they were seeing that they were getting temperature drops of 200 degrees because plastics cooling rate is so rapid. So yeah, it's a tough one. And so to answer your question on the fluctuating on the spring price, asphalt's kind of steady year round. It just seems to just keep going up. So if you check the bituminous oil price, which is what we make asphalt out of, because it's not actually follows the crude numbers, you can see that it's fairly stable. It's just the quantity goes down, so the price is going up. Does that make sense? And then anytime we increase our paving budget, we're probably going to need to increase our curb ramp budget commensurate with that. So we've added that as well.
If you had to rank these wants in order, are they in order right now, or what's the number
I
one
would say
priority?
they're probably pretty close.
Okay, so
The
like,
stormwater one is probably could go up a little higher, but we really don't know what that number looks like right now. I just am kind of guessing on that number right now. A lot of the stormwater compliance is going to come down to labor. And the council a few years ago gave us a couple extra bodies for that, and that's helped us tremendously. So,
Is that absolutely a 2020 need?
yes, October 1st is when we get our new permit, I believe.
Yeah. That's what it's scheduled for.
Yeah. Like I said, these right now are wants. We can continue to go as we are, but we're teetering on needs right now. So,
But would you say the stormwater is getting to be more of a need
yes.
than, I mean, not
Well,
getting to
and-
be, but is a
Yes,
need?
yeah, and it's hard to rate these right now because I would say the chemicals That's more of a phone calls. You get a lot of phone calls, hey, there's weeds, right? The electrical, when we had the pole line and Eldridge thing the other day, that really scared me. I mean, trying to put up stop signs for 3 months while we're building the cabinet, that's not fun, you know? All of these, we've kind of tried to kick the can down the road as long as we can, and so they're all kind of right there in the running. Does that make sense? So, any other questions on that? One other thing that I always try and bring up that I didn't put on here is moving forward at some point, I think we need to start looking at right-of-way purchasing, trying to put aside some money, you know. I always go back to talk about Jefferson Street. That poor little 2-lane street's carrying 15,000 cars a day on it. And at some point, we're going to need to start looking at acquiring more land to either expand these roads that we're getting to capacity, or finding ways to get around those roads through belt routes or any other ways.
Is there any money in your budget for the Hawthorne and Quinn right-of-way expansion?
There is in the Fund 70 budget, which is the next thing that we're going to go into if there's no other questions on this.
Well, and we'll go back to those. We just wanted to go over Fund 70 really quick.
So Fund 70 is federal aid projects like we talked about a little bit before. Those are funded through the street department, and then those are managed and executed through engineering. These projects are contracted out, and they're usually managed by the state or LTAC. So at the street department, we put aside about $80,000, $80,000 to $90,000 every year towards these. A few years ago, we were very upside down in Fund 70. We had a lot of projects coming towards us, and we didn't have the money set aside for it. And so I think it was like 2 years ago, we really dug in hard. We got some reserves, and we tried to get Fund 70 to where it's a pretty stable fund. And I think we've got to that point now. We're looking out at up to 2024 with our projects. We're totally funded on those. However, in 2024, the Center Street underpass, that's when that project is scheduled to execute. And the more we get into the underpass, the more it's looking like costs are going to go up.
Has that been, I heard that it got moved to 2026.
It may have. I've just got it as 24 on my stuff. So
Everything is.
And so right now, it's looking like about a $600,000 overrun right now. And that would be, we would have to cover that total cost of that overrun. But that's pretty far down the road, and
Well, it keeps getting farther down the road.
it does.
And, you know, somewhere, that's got to stop
It
before it falls
absolutely does.
in.
Yeah. And some of that's out of our control. That's the state funding that keeps pushing that back as well. And so if we're going to watch Center Street pretty close over the next year, and if we see that that's taking a direction where we need more money, I think that would be something appropriate to do, maybe some budget amendments out of our reserves to try and make that whole out of the street departments. But right now, we're looking at over the next 5 to 6 years, we've got pretty good funding set in place to meet our match requirements to keep our projects moving forward. And like we talked about before, some of the good projects we've had in Fund 70 was Alameda Jefferson, Second Benton, and the Benton Street Bridge. Right now, they're doing that rehab work underneath there.
So what we do with this budget for the last couple of years is we've just kind of kept it flat. So any extra we put just towards future projects. And so that just comes from a street transfer so that they can try to build reserves in there for those bigger projects or any projects that are coming up. So I don't think we've increased it in the last 2 or 3 years. We've just kind of kept it flat. But like Tom said, if there is a project that we see that's going to be super expensive, we might ask to increase that transfer to try to build those reserves up so that we can not have an issue with Fund 70 again. So
When will the loan on the connector retire?
we have,
I think we have $1 million left. And
after this year, we will have 1 million,
So we
so
have
4 payments
4 more after
after
this year.
FY19. Yep.
And then we're hoping, once the South Valley loan payment is taken care of, we want to try and keep that 250, as much of it as we can, in Fund 70, so we can start building up a pretty good balance in there, so that when funding comes available from the state and they say, hey, we need a project, we got money, can you go right now? We're going to have that money and be able to just jump on that project.
So here's the, like I said, the federal aid projects, Fund 70, we just kept everything flat. There might be a little bit of movement when we go through and do the admin support costs, but it will just be it'll be exactly the same. So we are just looking for guidance on the proposed budget increases, so I will go back to those.
Okay, so council, let's go ahead and just go through these. And remember, last week we were putting these in, either put them in the budget or put them on the want list. Let's just go through these chemicals. What do you think?
Put it in the budget.
Budget.
Budget? Everybody okay with that? Budget? Electrical supplies?
Budget.
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 Budget? Stormwater?
Budget.
Budget.
Yeah.
Because it's a
Budget.
priority for them, yeah. Budget.
You getting, I've got,
I think a budget
Yeah, I
first,
think
right?
it is.
Well, I'd put it off if we could.
But I
But
thought
I
you
think
had
that's a
permit
priority
due
for them, yeah.
right away.
Because they're
The
gonna
only
have to
thing
be
I'm
sent
looking
in
at really on
October.
all of these, if they're wants, I would love to, like, I would look at those, I would love to do weed control, I would love to be cutting edge in traffic, I would love to, have more money to do more things in the streets for sure. But if they're wants right now and we're concerned and we're putting a lot of stuff on the list, do we need to just put it on the list and know that it's gonna probably be at the top of our list because we're interested in it? But
And that's why I
mean,
wanted
we
to,
have a lot of other things still to listen to as well, so.
But from my understanding, I think those 3 things that we just did on the budget are quite a priority for them and then like almost needs, not necessarily just wants. I mean, I can see where professional services we could probably put on a list, that they've got the one-time reserve request on that, but, and also the professional services for ADA curb ramps, but.
and that's why I just wanted to be upfront with you. At this point, I think we can absorb what we need to do for next year, but I don't think it's sustainable. And I think at some point, you're gonna start to see
It's gonna catch up.
the roads degrading and unfortunately, that's just the facts.
with the stormwater permit, how much of that is, will the utilities be responsible for that?
Not much. As far as the administrative end, I can't speak of, but for the maintenance, our end of it, that'll be all street. And that includes street sweeping, catch basin cleaning, line vacuuming, as well as retention and detention pond rehabilitations. So that's one of the big issues that we've had, and we've discussed it in the past, is we have a pretty good backlog of retention ponds that have been filled with sediment. So they don't really percolate into the ground like they should, and they don't have the capacity they should, so.
It seems to me that one is one of the most in the needs column,
I would
Rather
probably
than the-
agree with that,
the wants.
so.
You've got $1.2 million in capital outlay budgeted again. What do you anticipate that's going to be spent on?
That's our paving, yeah.
All paving? Are there any major equipment purchases anticipated?
We have a $200,000 budget for equipment, and we were probably looking at buying a street sweeper. Street sweepers are like helicopters; they beat themselves to death, and we've tried to stay on a 4-year rotation on street sweepers, and we're due for a street sweeper this year. And so that was where we were going to kind of hopefully go with that.
Yeah, so the 1.2 is 1 million for pavement and then the 200,000 for equipment.
Yes,
Could you squeeze it out another year?
absolutely. I mean, we can do whatever you guys want. We're here to work with whatever we can do. So.
Okay. Let's go back. We're on stormwater. Let's go back up here then. Chemicals, are we still in the budget?
Yes.
Yes.
I would go list.
I got 2 budgets, 1 list, 3
You
budgets,
budget that?
1 list. Where you at, Roger?
I'm
We
at
need like a
list.
little hand pedal.
I got 2 lists, 3 budgets. It's up to you.
On the weeds.
On the chemicals, yes. I do know, I will tell you, it is when we have weeds,
know.
people are screaming.
They're grumpy.
They are screaming like crazy, and so I would personally put that in the
So
budget.
where
but-
I'm at is I want to put all these things in the budget, but I just don't want to be like, oh yeah, do it, and then get down the
I
road and be like,
agree
oh,
wholeheartedly
shouldn't
with
have done
that.
that. We can't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, especially if they're.
Sorry to start your day off.
Well, last year we rated everything and we threw it all in. We had 1
And
through
then we
12, and we threw all 12 in.
What
We didn't use it, that ranking didn't matter, so.
What I would do is I would
We
put,
took like a-
personally, this is kind of what I would look at. I would look at the weed control in the budget, because I know that's what people expect, weeds to not be
Part of
growing in the streets and the
beautification, right.
right-of-ways and stuff. The electrical supplies, I'd probably put on the list. The stormwater, I'm going to leave that for question right now. Professional services, I'd wait a year, or I would look and see what the reserves look like. And
I'll
if
let you drive the streets.
we can use
You
that.
can do it.
They have an additional 1.5 million in reserves,
So,
is what
I'll touch
Joyce
on that in a
presented.
second.
so it's something that we could use the reserves on that, but I'd put that on the list right now, just simply so that we can have that discussion when you're
When
setting
was
the
the
budget.
last one?
I agree.
The
Survey?
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
5. Okay.
And Council President Johnson brings up a good point. We used to do surveys. We had someone that would go drive the roads and they would survey them. And some days it was a different guy than the other guy. And we noticed that sometimes the guy counted cracks in the morning really good, but in the afternoon when he got a little tired, we didn't get as many cracks counted. And so there was a lot of anomalies in it. This service, what they do is they come in and they laser scan the roads.
I remember those guys driving up and down the street.
So.
And they do that all for $70,000?
Yes. The first time we did it was more money because we had to establish the database and, get all the infrastructure of it built with the GIS and all that. And now this time they can drive it and just update.
So are we using the same company so they can
Yep.
compare what they did last time with this time?
And that's something that was really important to me because I just wanted fresh eyes looking at this. I didn't want our opinion, oh, that road's not that
And
bad.
so what is the standard? I mean, is it every 5 years, every 7 years?
Yeah, it's more like 3. They want to do it every 3 years. What I'm hoping is if we can do it and we can start to justify or start to quantify our predictions by having them rerun it and then validate our predictions, we can get to a point where we don't need to do this anymore. Our predictions are accurate enough that we don't have to do it.
Or maybe we do it every 10 years or something
Yeah.
like that.
But we just don't, we have one data set right now. They've only done it one time.
And my
our-
recommendation is if this is something that you think you want to do, I would not put it on the list because we're getting ready to do budget amendments. And so if this is something that you want to do, we can get it done this fiscal year
I
with
don't-
use of reserves.
I don't
we
know if we
would
could
use
get it done
reserves?
this year.
You don't?
Because of schedule.
The scheduling, yeah, so,
Okay,
sorry.
that's okay.
But if we did it next year, would we still use reserves?
We could build it into use reserves, yes. So basically, when you'd see the street budget, they would have like a -70 instead of a 0 because they would be budgeted to use those reserves. So that is always an option, yes.
Okay, Council, you want me to go back through it again?
Okay, weeds, put it in the budget.
Weeds, I would put in the budget. Electrical supply, I would put on the list. Stormwater, I would put in the budget. I think we're going to get hit with that. Professional services, I would use the one-time reserves with a note that is a one-time reserves for us to do that. Road and street and road pavement, I think I would put it on the list.
Okay,
I would put
Same with
the professional services, I would put on the list also. That is how I would probably rank them.
Agreed.
I don't know if everybody agrees with that or not.
I agree.
The only thing I disagree with is the electrical supplies. I think we need to be aware that people are going to hit poles, are going to knock them down, and we need to.
They do that. You're right, they
How
do
often
that.
does
Fall
that
off
happen?
100%?
More than you would think.
Actually happens often.
Really?
I saw one in the back of the city truck yesterday.
Well, we've been very lucky that we haven't lost a big one. We had a medical incident a year and a half ago, and a gentleman hit the pole out here at Oak and Yellowstone, and it was compromised.
Well, couldn't
So,
we
Rick,
do
why don't we do the-
on the pavement,
electrical
like
sup-
stuff's gonna wear out?
Why don't we do the electrical supply out of a one-time reserves, and if you don't spend the $75,000, you have it for carry on to the next year.
That'll work.
That'd be good.
Is that
Try that.
a okay thing? I mean, we're not increasing anything other than using reserves that we've got.
No, but I think they're saying we'll do it one time and then we can revisit it next year.
Yeah.
So you want to do that in FY19?
I would put that with from reserves because you've got the reserves, we've got how much over?
1.5.
1.5 million over the reserve number, so I would put the electrical supply in the reserve.
So why don't we do electrical supply out of reserves this year and just go ahead and budget professional services next year?
Do the amendment, put it in the budget amendment?
Yeah, just put electrical supplies in the amendment and then allow the professional services to just be a budgeted item. Because that, I mean.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. That's all right.
So,
Okay.
That's okay.
So
Reserves for fiscal year 19?
So let me clarify that.
Reserves in both of them.
Electric, well, we can make that argument in a minute. So the electrical supplies for the next budget amendment that's coming up,
Hopefully.
so we can put it into this year and you can get that moving if we need to get cabinets and stuff.
so you put the stop signs up.
The $75,000 out of the reserves and put that in the budget amendment that we'll be talking about here in a month or so. The question was professional services. Why don't we just leave that with the reserves also for 2020? Instead of doing that immediately, do that, build it into the budget and use the reserves.
Talking about the pavement survey, professional services.
Yeah,
That one.
yeah, the one-time reserves up there.
Okay, just,
So
Because if we're not doing it every year, it doesn't need to be ongoing in the
Yeah.
budget.
So budget that one as a one-time
Use it, and it's
use
used for
of reserves, yeah.
20, not 19.
Yeah.
Yep.
One other thing to talk about on the electrical supply, just to throw another kink in the works. We have a co-op agreement with the state ITD, the city of Pocatello, the city of Chubbuck, and Bannock Transportation and Planning. And the agencies all pay into a fund, and then we manage those signals out of our traffic center. One of the things we wanted to do with this, some of the 75, is try and up that amount. We pay $25,000 a year, and we want to try and up that amount and then get the other agencies to up their amounts as well. So that might be something next year that we could talk about.
Okay. Okay, so let's stay where we are though. Let's put that on the budget amendment coming up. And
So we're
then-
not able to do that then if we're taking it out of reserves, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Yeah, that won't be sustainable, but
Is that a
Okay.
contract with those other agencies?
that-
it is.
When's the
That's-
contract up?
Yeah, when is the contract up?
I think it's just kind of a perpetual that we can opt out of at any time.
ITD's already told us that we need to be charging them more money, so.
So
shouldn't
can we
have-
break it down
We're
then
happy
on
to
like how
do
much
that.
of it would be for what you just said and how much of it would be for
Yeah, if we
our
could-
supplies? And so then if we don't need to do the whole 75 out
That'd
of
be
this
great.
year's budget amendment, but then we keep having that other part on the.
I think
'cause if not,
25
all of
would be
that is gonna
great.
go-
set
Okay, so then
25,
50
yeah,
would go
50
for
for
this year
supplies.
and then,
50 this
25 on
year,
the-
and then, yeah, 25.
okay,
Okay.
And we'll add the 25 to the list.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, we don't really have,
You know, you get the money and then you argue
we
with us on it, so.
we don't really have an option if we're part of an agreement, do we?
Well, and right now, we're kind of status quo. I want to push these other agencies to
So-
contribute more.
Our remuneration, the 25,000 could secure an equal amount or more back.
Yes.
Wouldn't, yeah,
So it's a kind of a matching or
Yes.
beyond.
yeah.
Something I tell, I'm sorry I'm taking so long. One of the cool things, we just did a corridor, what's the word I'm looking for? We synchronized the lights, I can't remember, coordinated.
Yeah.
And we were able to knock a full minute off the northbound travel times. So it's pretty awesome what we can do, so.
Okay, before we go on, I just had another question,
Okay.
sorry. On the, your streets and roadways pavement management, are we potentially kidding ourselves by not doing stuff and deferring it, that it's gonna cost us more later? Like, is it better to do it sooner, or is it really okay to keep putting it off, or are we,
So the analogy I like to use right now is we're waxing the car.
yeah,
And we're going to need to paint it sometime. You know, it needs a new paint job. And every year we get a little closer to that paint job. So, and every year it gets a little bit more. So every year we defer, it costs more.
But the analysis will help us
Yeah.
also to
Next
know where
year's
we are.
reserves. I would leave that in
Analysis will
reserves.
tell
I
us
would leave
whether
the
we
professional services
have
in
subjectively
reserves because
fallen
that way
or
we
whether
can end up
objectively
getting that
I just
in.
we've
don't wanna
actually advanced.
Yeah.
Not doing stuff.
Yeah.
But when we get to
Agreed.
revenue projections, we can kind of see what the street revenues are going to be, and if they're projecting a decent increase in the highway user tax, then, or the highway user money, then we can re-look at that when we do tax solution
Yeah.
and just say, hey, we're getting an extra 100,000, so let's put an extra 100,000 towards that, and it'll be budget
Okay.
neutral. So that's something that you could leave on the list and look at it when you look at revenues too.
Sounds good.
So
That's a great scenario though.
So I want to go through this again. Council, if you have a problem with this, then say it now. We control $10,000 in the budget.
Yes.
Good.
Good.
Electrical supply, one-time use of the reserves
For 50.
for 50, and then 25,000 in the budget.
On the
And
list.
I thought you said list.
List, sorry, list.
25 on the list. The other
Yes.
one's for reserve, yes.
That's what I've got actually. I actually have both, budget and list. I put list after I put budget. Stormwater compliance budget.
Yes.
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 Professional services, a one-time reserve with the reserves for 2020.
Yeah.
Road and streets pavement budget will be on the list with the idea of using reserves or finding out what the
Tax.
What they
tax
should-
highway
Revenue,
tax
yeah.
revenue will be.
Yeah.
And then professional services, I would also put in that same category.
Yep.
Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Are there any other questions?
I'm just going to throw this out to all the other department heads. If you get what you're asking for, don't argue with us, please.
I have one question, Mr. Mayor.
We're due.
Yes, President Johnston.
Tom, in your department, you have 33 employees. How do you gauge the level of job satisfaction relative to working conditions, equipment, and wages?
How do I quantify that? Like, how do I rate that?
Well, what do you hear from your employees? I mean, we're talking of a 2.5% increase. Some of us would like to do more. I'd like some honest feedback from department heads in terms of what the attitude is with our excellent employees that we do not want to lose.
Yes. I brag about our street department, traffic division, they are the best, and they are soldiers. They do what they're told, they don't argue, and they get in and they work. And I can't begin to tell you how much they appreciate the fact that you guys are doing that and looking out for them. And then, since I've taken over in this department, we've made strides as far as moving forward in equipment, getting newer equipment, giving us the money we need to get jobs done. And our guys love that. Our guys take a lot of pride in what they do, and they want to do the job the best they can. And right now, I think life is great.
Okay,
That's what I hear.
okay, good, thank you.
Thank you.
That's good.
And I would tell you if they did.
I'm sure you
I
would.
would.
What's your turnover?
Right now, we've had some retirements, so we had a little bit of turnover. We had some turnover about 5 years ago, and right now we're pretty steady. We did just lose 2 people to construction. It's hard to compete with the construction wage, but that's a feast or famine. That's what, I grew up in construction, and you make a lot of money in the summer and you don't make a lot in the winter. And sometimes, people want to chase that big dollar, and that's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to fleet services. Have Teresa Caudell with us, the fleet manager. We'll make this one quick, I hope. Our mission, we've got a mission statement. This is our new mission. I never knew how much work would go into building a brand new department, but there's a lot of nuances to it. So part of it is our new mission statement and so it's to evaluate methods, develop a more coordinated and consistent approach to managing the city's fleet assets, along with improving service levels and decreasing fleet-related costs. A lot of this stuff we can just go through pretty quick because we gave you an update a month or so ago. These are some of our key accomplishments we've got going. Our fleet software is up and running. Teresa was able to get that running 3 or 4 months ahead of schedule. We realized pretty good budget savings on that, so I can't begin to tell tell you how great of a job she's done on that. Moving forward are some of our bigger goals. We want to complete our right sizing. We're working on that all the time. We want to get more into our citywide purchasing, get that more organized, get the IBS store that we talked about, where we have an internal parts store in the facility, as well as getting all of our mechanics ASE certified. We wanted to just put some of these measures of effectiveness up. We've heard a little bit of the only real complaints that have made it to us about fleet is some of the bills are a little high. And so we've kind of given you a little rundown of some of the bills and some of the what we've done based on industry standard. A lot of what's been going on is we've had oil changes at the $29 quickie lube place, and our oil changes are a little bit more. And what that means is we usually rotate the tires, we check your brakes, we make sure all the lights are working, we do a safety check. Just to give an example, we had a truck in the other day that had no brakes. We were able to get up underneath it, and one of the brackets had failed on a brake line, and it had rubbed a hole in it. So that could be a catastrophic, pretty big failure. Those are the kinds of things we want to catch when we're doing a service. Those are the things you don't get at those quick lube shops.
Are your mechanics paid on flat rate?
They are not paid on flat rate. And so we are basing flat rate, for those that don't know, is an industry standard. It says if you're gonna do a full service on a 2010 GMC Canyon, it should take you 1.5 hours. Some people it takes 2 hours, some people it takes less, but for the most part, shops will charge you 1.5 hours. And then if the mechanic takes longer, the mechanic doesn't make as much money. For us, we're paying them a regular shop rate. We just wanted to use these as kind of a benchmark for industry standards.
So a question for you then, if we're doing that and in everybody's budget, we're used to paying that $35. We know it's going to be more. Do we need to increase everybody's budgets in there?
It will be increased. So we're going to go over the budget and how we kind of built it today.
Okay.
And then I'm going to work on the fleet interfund charge. And before we go over the presentations next week, I'll go over that with you guys so you can kind of see, because we're going to be moving authority from certain lines and moving it to an interfund line. So I'll show you how that all kind of plays out, but I don't have it ready yet. I just wanted to get their budget built.
Okay.
Ashley lost me mentally about 3 weeks ago because it's starting all over with a brand new budget. It's pretty tough. So she's done an awesome job.
Is there any thought about moving to flat rate?
That's something we could look at. We hadn't planned on it. We planned on using that as a gauge for our employees. But some of the issues personally I have with flat rate is I think it promotes a little sloppy work because you're trying to hustle it through. If I can get it done in an hour, I'm going to get a half an hour of free pay type thing. So, but it works all over the country. So that's just something we haven't looked at, but it's something we can look at moving forward if you're interested in that. And so you can see on some of these, we did really good on some we didn't. It's an ebb and flow on these. And so I think for right now, we're right on track with where we need to be. I think we're doing a good job on it. We did 489 work orders this last year on vehicle repair. So, and then Ashley's got the fun part, the hard part.
So I basically had to build a budget for the maintenance side of fleet. We already had the administrative side done. So Teresa and I worked together on a few things, and this is gonna kind of be a moving target. We put estimates of what things are gonna cost in there because this is the first year we're running this maintenance department, so we're not 100% sure as to what they're gonna need for supplies and for training and for all that. So we put together a budget based on numbers as best as we could. So as you can see in the personnel, it goes up by a lot. We moved 11. You can see at the bottom, we went from 2 full-time to 13 full-time. We're moving 11 mechanics from different departments into fleet. And so when I put that interfund charge together, you'll see that they'll have a decrease in personnel, and that budget authority will basically just move over into that interfund charge. So that's how they're going to pay for some of that. So about half of their budget is for labor. So that's just the personnel side. And then the operating, you'll see that increase, and this is due to just, we added the Napa parts store in there, and we did an estimate for parts based on previous year's budgets. So we're going to monitor this probably on a monthly basis to kind of see where we're sitting. But this is the best budget that we could come up with for this year without really any information. So in the revenues, it's all interfund revenues. So we will find, and I'll go over that with you next week. So we're basically going to have a flat fee for some things, and then they're going to actually charge for the actual work done for the parts. And so we're just going to, like I said, we're just going to keep an eye on it. We're going to try to make sure that they don't go negative in cash, but
I
it's
guess
a moving target.
I have one question. If we moved a bunch of people, 13 or 11 people, shouldn't our interfund charge somehow demonstrate that we've done that?
I haven't done the interfund charge yet.
Okay.
So I just wanted to show you how they got their money. They're fully funded by other departments that use the service. So I haven't. What you will see is their total budget and their interfund revenues will be equal. So they'll be at a
Okay.
0. Yeah, but I will.
So it's here, but you haven't done it.
It's being worked on. We just
Okay.
wanted to get the budget and kind of run that by you guys before we worked
Okay.
on that interfund charge. And like I said, I'll kind of go over it briefly with you before we start presentations next week, so you can just kind of have an idea. But they will be fully funded, so they'll be at a 0.
Okay.
And that will be updated, and I'll kind of show you how it affects departments. We kind of did a quick look at it when we were starting to build the budget, and there were not too many large increases, and there were actually some pretty large decreases just depending on the department. So I'll show that to you guys so you can kind of get an idea of how that's going to work. But yeah, I haven't updated that yet.
So the interfund charges are built into the budgets we're looking at,
Yes.
but we haven't delineated what we expect them to be. In other words, when we have some of the costs, we're in another section right now, but so costs in street will flow through somehow to the fleet now. But we haven't got that quantified yet.
No, that's what I'm going to work on today and tomorrow, is the actual charge of what street will be paying. And what we're thinking is that the budgeted interfund charge is probably going to be higher than what they're actually going to be paying.
Okay.
Because the interfund is based on their total budget. But if they, are able to be more efficient, then they're not going to be paying for that much. So this first year is kind of a trial year. We've been working on it for a few months trying to put some stuff together. So
Well, you can move the mechanics out of the street. That last discussion we had, if we just left all the money there.
Yeah.
yeah. So are there any questions? And I will go over the interfund charge next week.
Teresa, we had some challenge discussion some weeks ago relative to the mechanics. How did that work out?
Well, we are, so when we came last time, we had asked for guidance on how to deal with the lead mechanics. So we had decided, or you had decided, that we would bump them down to mechanics and then give everyone in the city, all the mechanics in the city, the ability to apply for the shift foreman position. Since that time, we've had a retirement of one of the lead mechanics. So we are in the process of opening that up to the mechanics, or, well, any city employee, to fill that position currently. So one of those positions will be filled now, the other will be filled in October. So it'll help the transition. It'll be a slower transition process, but they seem to all be very open to it, and so we will do those interviews probably next week, and we'll start that process.
So the transition is relatively smooth coming from the other departments into fleet.
For now.
Is everybody playing nice together?
What's that?
Is everybody playing nice together?
For now.
I think so.
Actually, they have all been really good. We haven't had, I haven't really heard anything negative yet. So I'm sure that will come. But for right now, everyone is doing really well, and They're coming to me with concerns that we can address. I mean, it's been really good. So
It's been good dialogue.
I think what you have is everybody jumping in saying, okay, this is where we're going, we're going to do this. I mean, that's what good employees are doing. They're just jumping in saying, we're going to do this. And then everybody's filling it out right now, and we're still in that filling it out process. And they're doing a great job with the communication and the mechanics, and the departments are doing as good as they can possibly do with the idea of the change. And there's been some challenges, but Teresa's navigated those very, very well. So
thank you.
it's going as good as I would have expected.
Great. Change is hard. It's hard for people.
It is, but they've handled it very
They've
well.
handled it very, very well. You've got good employees, Council. I'll tell you, you've got very,
can
very
vouch
good
for that, yeah.
employees throughout the city.
I can speak about the street sanitation and what fleet we have there. They're the best. I mean, you guys, and they appreciate all you do for them. I can guarantee you that.
So, okay. All right, thank you very much.
Okay,
To
we're
be
going to be
continued
moving
and
on to
exciting.
engineering.
See what the future is.
Yep. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jeff Mansfield, Public Works Director and City Engineer.
Merrill Quayle, Public Works Engineer for the City of Pocatello.
Thank you for this opportunity to present the Engineering Department Fund today. So our mission is to provide municipal engineering, surveying, environmental, and mapping services that ensure a high quality of life for the citizens of Pocatello. We're tasked with, like I mentioned the other day, the health and safety and welfare of the community. Our next slide shows our engineering staff, kind of a little bit of an antiquated picture. We took this just right before Christmas of last year. It has Dennis in it and one other person that is no longer employed here at the city. So it's a little bit dated, but just like I put this slide up here just to kind of show you that our staff is somewhat unique in that we have a lot of highly technical people, and we've got a lot of licensed professionals that have to maintain those licenses, and that's really the purpose of the engineering department. So these are some of the services that we provide in the engineering department. We provide design and construction management services. We do a lot of the surveying for the community, for the city, for city projects. We are involved with all of our federal aid projects. We do procurement of funding. We do design, and we also do the administration and management of those projects. We do a lot of review of residential and commercial developments. And we also assist other departments and agencies in completing capital improvement projects. We are involved heavily in traffic engineering, speed studies, and pedestrian safety. We work hand in hand with the street department and our traffic department on trying to make sure that our roads and streets are the safest as can be for the citizens of Pocatello. We are involved in bridge inspections, development inspections, and erosion control inspections. Again, we work hand in hand with the Science and Environment Department and the Street Department on stormwater and erosion control issues. We're involved in right-of-way project coordination and inspection. We provide technical resources for other departments. You know, for example, right now we're working with the Parks Department out on the Riverside Golf Course. We're helping them to build a new pond out there on that golf course. And we do a lot of grant applications and administrations. We are regularly looking for more money that can help us get projects done. You know, we just recently got a grant for the South 5th project to do the crosswalks and the ADA ramps down there by the common sense there. That was a grant that we applied for in January, and we just got that one. So always looking for more money that we can use to do projects with. Some of our key accomplishments, I'm not going to go through all of these, but one of the big ones is the WPC plant improvement project that we did. As I mentioned previously, we did win the 2018 ASCE Project of the Year, over $10 million with that project. Alameda Jefferson was a big project that we wrapped up. That one was pretty controversial. We got a lot of phone calls on that one, and it seems to be really doing the job that it was intended to do. The Greenway Path between Farm Bureau and Monte Vista, that was a great community project that we were able to accomplish. Merrill had played a big role in that one, and it's a good addition to our community. Right across the street here, we have the 7th and Sherman bus transfer station. Again, a really good facility, and it seems to be working really well. This last year, we had the FEMA Community Rating System program. We had an audit, and we passed that audit with flying colors. For those of you that don't know, we are involved with the FEMA Community Rating System. And what that is, it's a voluntary program that we participate in, which allows people in the floodplain to get a lower rate on their flood insurance. And so we do a lot of efforts, and we put a lot of effort into that and make sure that we're in compliant with the things that we need to on that rating system to help out those people that live in that floodplain. We're also working to actually improve our rating and maybe see if we can't lower that down a little bit further for people. One of the big topics for us is always water and water supply, and how we're going to provide water for development and meet existing needs. And so this last year, we presented to you guys the Highland area water supply alternatives, and we looked at, we drilled 3 different test wells up in there trying to figure out if we had water up in that area. And we've come up with some capital improvement projects that can really help us meet that need up there. Also included in that, we've done updates to our water and our wastewater facilities plans. Those amendments are currently at DEQ for final comment right now, and we're working with them on trying to get those approved. And then the other thing is pressure. One of the things that's unique about our community is our terrain, and with that comes pressure issues. And we've implemented a couple of pressure modifications in our system that we're under a compliance agreement schedule with DEQ to meet those requirements, and so we've done those modifications in the Highland area and also the Johnny Creek area, really to just again improve the health and safety of the people in that area. A lot of other survey inspections and development issues that we've been involved in as well.
Okay, so we'll go to the personnel budget. You can see that there's an increase. I believe it's just due to a change in personnel and the 2.5%. 84% of their labor is, or of their budget is for labor, and there are 10 full-time employees, and they have a part-time budget of about $8,000. Operating, you can see just a little bit of movement in between the lines, but overall they have come in flat. And I'll let Jeff explain their increase request.
Okay. So currently we have 3 survey stations that we use, and we're going to actually be coming to you guys in a future council meeting and surplusing one of those stations. However, with any technology, it becomes antiquated. It no longer gets. They no longer provide the service or the warranty, or it becomes to where it can't be used any longer. And so about 3 years ago, we asked for funding to upgrade one of those stations, and we're coming to you guys this year with a request to upgrade one of our other stations. And what our hope is that every 3 years we can upgrade that one of those stations, and that'll put us about on a 6 to 8 year rotation between the 2 stations that we would have.
Describe for me what a station is like.
So this is when you see a surveyor out there doing his job, you'll have a set of tripod legs set up, and then they'll have a head that's mounted on top of that receives GPS signals that tell the location, and then they'll have a handheld unit that they walk around, and they'll have a rod that goes down on the point, and they'll tell it to mark that point, and so it receives the communication between the GPS in order to do digital surveying. And so really it saves us. We used to have a survey department of 6 people. And you used to have to go out there with a transit and a level and tape everything off, and it really helps us to come up with economies of scale and do these jobs with a 1 or a 2 man or person team.
So you're not upgrading a piece of equipment, you're replacing a piece of equipment.
We would be replacing it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so this is a perfect example of something that can be used by the capital fund. So it is definitely something, if council approves, he can go ahead and do a budget. Well, actually, we have authority in that fund, but we could go ahead and spend money out of capital contingency, which I don't think that much has been spent out of there yet. We put $1 million in there. There was some left over from last year. This is a pretty small expense, so if that's something that council agrees, they can go ahead and do it this year with the budget amendment, or not the budget amendments, but he can go ahead and use capital contingency to buy that equipment.
This would upgrade our oldest station, which they're telling us is probably going to come out of service this year. I mean, if we have an issue with it after this year, they told us they would not be able to fix it. They wouldn't be able to do anything with it. It would just be scrap. And then that leaves us in an emergency situation trying to buy another station.
What about reserves? Do they
We
have
can
enough?
use general fund reserves also.
Okay.
It would be general fund reserves, or you could use capital contingency, either one of those. If we use reserves, he would just need to do a budget amendment. If you use capital contingency, we don't need to. And the other hope was to come next year to ask for, a third, to try to put that into capital contingency every year so that they'll have a little bit of savings put aside and they won't have to ask for, the full amount every 3 years. We'll just do a little piece at a time. But for this year, we do need the full amount.
And we're looking at FY19.
If possible, we can do it. We can do it in FY19 if the council agrees how they want to pay for that. There are funds available. Instead of building it into the budget, we can just get it done in FY19 with either reserves or capital contingency.
I think with the demand on that department, we need to do it this year.
Capital contingency?
However, actually,
That would-
fits it
Do we
would
need
work best.
to hang on to that?
I would,
There's about,
to put it on the list and
last
tell
time I
them?
checked, there was about 1.2 million available in capital contingency.
I would not take it out of capital contingency. I'd take it out of reserves, of the general fund reserves.
Either way is fine. So we just
That's
wanted
what I would
guidance
do.
on that.
And there's a potential it may be a little bit less than this, but this is for budgeting purposes what we anticipated.
Capital contingency, we might need. So I would do the reserves. I think reserves, budget amendment, if you're gonna,
Either way.
I think that should be fine. I'm okay with that.
I like to have everything laid out so that I'm not saying reserves without
true,
knowing
too.
how am I impacting it. Or contingency, you know what I'm saying? Because every group comes and we could do that with every group.
So this is general fund.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
Yeah, as far as I know,
Do you want like a list for
I like to
reserve
know-
list or a capital contingency?
Yeah, I
list,
want to
right?
say, we got a list here, and then, okay, now we can compare our lists and see how much good or damage we're doing.
I don't think that we have used any of the general fund reserves as of right now.
And right now, what
But
do
is
you have on the
what you're
list for
saying
that?
is maybe we will as we get more
Yeah.
presentations. So we've started
And I
the budget
can-
list,
Yeah.
so we could start a
So we could-
reserves
Yeah.
list.
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that
Okay.
kind of what we're doing? Making
making
Well,
a
I
list.
think-
making their
We
own
don't have
list.
to-
You're saying do it for sure, but what you're saying is put
But
it
I'm
on the
saying, let's
list.
put it on the list to see how much we've got on our reserves list or contingency list, so that we're not just saying, by default, say, okay, do it right now.
I thought
And they'll
that
come
was
back
what
to
we
us,
were
but
creating.
I think that's
Their own
a fair thing to do, because if it's not going to be a budget amendment that you're going to be looking at.
If you use reserves, he has to do a budget
yeah.
amendment.
Okay.
But we got a long time to do that too in this budget year.
So
But I-
we're talking about doing this in FY19.
Right.
So right now.
Yeah.
But I guess even for the FY19 budget reserves, I think Councilmember Bray would like a list of all the items we're putting on it, so we know that we have.
As of right now, as far as I know,
We
there
don't
is
have, yeah,
nothing.
there's not anything on those reserves.
There's nothing that has been tied up in reserves for
But we
FY19.
We just put, what else did you just put on it? I forgot.
We haven't voted anything
Yeah,
yet.
those-
that way,
the-
but we've designated some stuff to be asked.
That wasn't general fund reserves.
Yeah, that wasn't general fund
Right, so
reserves.
the street was in
That was-
street reserves.
yeah.
So
Oh,
as
got
far
it.
as general fund, there hasn't been anything, and there's one 1.2 million, 1.7 million.
Didn't we say
But then you have you,
police hold off? No, we put that.
Going forward, there might be something else.
I think if you're looking at this one.
okay, I'm okay doing it if they need it.
Yeah, that's why I went for this.
Well, I see what he's saying, because
I
we
get it
want to
too,
have
yeah.
our reserves to a certain point, so we just want to make sure
Yeah.
that
We're not
when we
depleting.
put all the
We don't
things on that
spend
we
it
put on
all.
our
We've had
reserve
some
list, that we
asks.
don't go past what the
We've
finance
had
department has
some-
told us we need to
We've
keep
had
our
some major
reserves
asks out
at.
of reserve that we
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
canceled.
hold
We
on to.
haven't done anything.
Yeah.
So basically what I do for capital contingency, which is Fund 78, is I track it on a monthly basis. And so I can get that report to you. But I don't put anything in there unless council has approved it. So if it's something that you're thinking of approving, it's not going to be on there
So,
until it's approved.
so we're making a list for the budget. We're putting things in the budget. We've also made a list to talk about adding into the budget. And what Councilman Bray's saying is, can we make a list for the reserve or
So when we get to the final.
For general fund.
for
reserves.
general
Yeah,
fund
when we get
reserve?
to the final
Yeah.
place, just as we're reviewing our list here, we're reviewing our list.
And if this is
Yeah.
the only thing that ever gets on it, then we'll be like,
Yeah.
good. Proceed.
So, with the
Yeah.
issue though that I heard was if you're looking at general fund reserves to spend, we will need to do a budget amendment for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're looking in FY19 to get it before the construction period, which is now.
Right.
Let's look at,
So you would be talking more of capital contingency or the reserves to get on the next budget
Do it
amendment,
now.
to do it now.
So what you're saying then is we kind of need to make a decision.
We're just
Well-
looking for guidance as to how you want us to.
Looking
Not
for
just
guidance,
put it
if we
on the
decide to, if you decide to take it out of, if you decide that this is a worthy thing to do and you take it out of contingency, they have the budget authority now and they have the budget authority in the future to be able to pull that when the council says, yeah, let's do that. If we take it out of general fund reserves, the budget amendment will be coming up in the next month or so, and if we haven't had that discussion, they will have to wait until after the building or the construction season to put that on a budget amendment, to have that done.
I guess my problem is we're talking about next year's budget. That's the purpose of all this discussion. And so when
That's a good point.
when we're trying to move stuff into this year's budget, until we get all the asks in, we don't know what we should be doing. And to respond, and so I want a list so that I know if my kids are coming to me and they say, I want this and I want this, I might have to prioritize it at some point. And I think our departments also, we need to know what pocket we're going to take money out of. We're going to put it in a 2020 budget. If we're going to take it out of capital contingency or our general fund reserves. And I'm simply saying this builds some lists so that we know and we're not giving stuff away, so to speak, right now. If you've got the budget authority to do it this year, I don't know we have to do anything but approve the purchase.
He doesn't have the budget authority. We're asking to use either capital contingency
Okay.
or general
I
fund
thought
reserves.
somebody said we had capital contingency authority.
We
We
have
do, but
capital-
council has to
Oh,
approve
okay,
that.
okay.
So Merrill
Yes.
and Jeff, is this an ask for FY19 or FY20?
This is an ask for FY20.
20.
But we
Okay,
wanted
so-
to give you the options as to, there is an option to get it done in 19 if you choose to.
So it would be on this.
Well, if
So-
they're asking for 20, let's just do it in 20.
So you want to do it in 19 or 20?
19.
Linda?
19.
If they were asking for
They're-
20, I'm okay with putting it on the list for
For 20.
20.
20?
I'm okay with 19 if we can get it done now.
19 and
And we have
19.
the funds for it.
Okay, 19, so we've got more people interested in putting it in the 19 budget, so why don't you look at it as in the capital, out of the capital contingency,
Okay,
and then bring it
And
in
not-
front of us.
Well, because she said we could do reserves,
long
it
does it
just
take
has
to
to go
get
in the
this
budget
equipment?
amendment,
Right.
which if we said right now.
Would you
if we did-
prefer, okay?
30 days.
Would you prefer, council, would you prefer to put it on the budget amendment and take it out of reserves, or would you prefer the capital contingency for 19?
Reserves.
Reserves.
Doesn't matter to me.
Put it on the budget amendment for reserves.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
$2,000, it's not much.
Thank you.
We can,
It will add up.
we can
Thank you, that
18,000
helps.
ourselves to debt.
Congratulations, Meryl, on your award.
Oh, thank you very much.
So now we're just going to go over some proposed fee increases.
Right, I'll address that. Mayor and Council, last year we presented a plan moving forward with the subdivision inspections. And in that plan, we showed you how we rated with some of the communities. And we were lower than Idaho Falls, Boise, and Logan, which was close for comparable sizes. And in that plan, we presented the increase all at once, or the other option which we chose and wanted to go with was we would raise that by the $25 with the lots each year for 4 years. And this is our second year into this and following that plan. We will look at the increase at the end, just so you know that we're averaging, around 110 to 120 lots. I'm guessing this year we will probably increase that more. But if we had 120 lots, this increase would be $3,000 into the revenue is all. So.
Have you looked at, or do you know if any of those other communities have also raised theirs? So like when our 4 years is over, are we still going to be behind, or are we going to be right in line?
My
because
guess
they're not
is
raising?
we'll probably be behind. I did not have time this year to reach out. I went with last year's stuff. In fact, next year, that's what we used last year. We were about 5,000. We're 5,000 less than Idaho Falls last year's.
On a 14-lot subdivision.
On a 14 lot, yes. Sorry. And in Boise, we were about $3,500 less. And we'll probably, next year, what we'd like to do, and we're starting to gather the information too, is to bring another alternative how to do inspections, possibly choosing by lineal feet of the pipe, lineal foot of curb and gutter, and doing it by lineal foot right off of the plans. There's more and more communities that's kind of going that way. So we were going to look at that in comparison of just a flat fee per the lot, and to be able to present to you next year with that for some other options moving forward. But this year we were sticking with the plan we presented last year.
So, I mean, I know without doing the research to know exactly how far we would be off when the 4 years is over. I mean, do you feel like it's a good idea to change it by $5 or something, just so it's a little bit closer, or do you think
the $25 is this year and over the 4-year plan? We were still going to be, we would be in comparison with Logan. We would still be well below Idaho Falls and Boise in doing this.
What's Chubbins?
Yeah, what is,
Chubbick's didn't have a whole lot, even when we did the response, and was not a real comparable.
They don't do a lot of inspections.
They have theirs out of the general fund and so forth at that time.
because we are doing inspections for them in the building realm, do we do that with
No,
this?
we do not.
They don't, they willy-nilly build out there how you want? where you
They
want them out.
they have one
Okay.
inspector out there that Rod Humphreys that does their inspections and oversights there, and I don't know how he's budgeted out of their funding.
Do those charges cover your costs of doing inspections?
It's getting no, not fully. It probably gets us to 50% to 75% there, especially when we're starting to reach out to the extreme boundaries of the city limits now. Going to Northgate takes you 15 minutes to get there. We have been coordinating more and more. We do have that coordination when they call in, and we know that we've been trying to plan, okay, we're going to be at the East Bench area between these times. And so we have been coordinating. It's been helping with coordinating of vehicles and with fuel costs.
So, Meryl, explain to me a little bit what an inspection involves.
It depends on what you're looking at the time. The inspection, let's say for the sanitary sewer, we're going to be going up. We're looking at placement of the pipe bedding and around the pipe zone, make sure that the bedding is the appropriate bedding. It's also line and, we're looking at asking about their line and grade. We're not actually checking that there. That is up to the engineer of record to do that and to present that to us. We're also looking at the number of services. Do they have the right services? An example, a few years ago, I went out on an inspection, was something just didn't look right. It took me a few minutes. They had all their service wires in backwards. So they had to go in and totally take their whole line out and redo it. And so we're looking for that things, trying to catch stuff early enough with the contractor so it's not costing money.
So your primary duties are mainly in right-of-ways, right?
Exactly. We do the right-of-way with the inspections, and then with the subdivision, we go outside the right-of-way some because we're dealing with the erosion and control, dust control, the track on. We're looking at all of that on at least on a weekly basis when we have our weekly meetings. We're doing pressure testing, chlorination, disinfection, and everything of the water system. We're checking volumes and making sure that the storm is built according to the plans and the approvals that it's given. Curb gutter sidewalk, we're evaluating the test results and looking at the string, the line and grade to make sure there's no bellies and so forth in it.
So one of the other questions I have then is there are lots of variations in the size of lots.
Yes.
I mean, so you could be in an area where there are, let's say, 2 lots per acre, and you'll be in an area where there's, I don't know, 6 or 8 lots per acre.
Correct.
And it looks to me like the linear approach would be better because it gets more to the actual costs based on what's happening there rather than trying to do this by lot.
Right.
Because I think we're providing a service, and I would do, if we can get to that linear stuff, I'd get there.
That was our feelings too. That's why we wanted to try to put some. We just didn't have time to present it this year. We want to try to get that together and present it next year, and for your approval or disapproval, and comparisons.
How many trips do you have to make on inspections on a given project?
On a given project, well, we're there at least there weekly. Sometimes we're there twice a week on a subdivision.
For how long?
Probably for anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour and a half, depending on the complexity.
Over what time period? How many months?
For that subdivision, again, the size, 14 lot subdivision, we're probably there 60 to 75 days. So about 2.5 to 3 months, depending on what's being done there.
These inspections are really important to us because a lot of this stuff gets buried, and if we're not out there looking at it and inspecting it and testing it and pressure testing it, once we inspect it and accept it, then it becomes our problem and our responsibility with the operation and maintenance. And so if we don't put a good effort into inspection, then it could be a nightmare for us, years going down the road. So it's really important that we have these inspections.
So Mayor, why don't, instead of 25, why don't you look at $35?
Okay.
And I mean, if we're that far behind, if we're really behind, I don't fault the others that actually charge for this, the ones that care about taking that asset over, and if it's not paying for itself and we're subsidizing it, why don't you look at $35? And then next year, maybe it'll be $35. Maybe we'll be able to get to the lineal foot, but that might be what we ought to do is increase it to 35.
We just hired a construction inspector. We appreciate you guys working with us on that. He just started this week. And so that's something that we're going to work on over the next year for next year's budget, is really tracking the amount of time that he's spending and effort that he's putting into these inspections. And so we can come back to you guys with maybe a linear approach or really a cost-based type approach to this.
So we'll increase that on the fee schedule.
Let's see it. Council, I mean, does that make sense to you?
At least that.
Well, should it be more?
Should we go more? You 50?
That's
That's a lot of
If
work.
it's not covering your time, then that's a concern.
It's
you
a
know?
lot of time, and you're right, it's an asset that the city's taken over, and it's our responsibility after you say yes or no.
You said 50 to 75% of your time is covered?
That's where, and that's based on, I'll go back to 2000, year 2000, we did the fee and protocol committee, and through that, there was outsiders, realtors, developers, city staff, and it was agreed upon that time that we would try to cover 50% of the costs. And that's where this has always been based on, and that's where we've kept that since that time. That's been almost
When was
20 around 2000, 99, 2000. So it's 20 years ago. So, but we've kept with that process here. So if we need to increase, we can
Council, what do you want to do?
Yeah, if that's a 20-year-old.
50?
We need to.
$50, 50, 50?
Let's do 50.
And then get the backlash later.
Okay, it's a big jump, but
we're okay
we'll do
with that.
50, and let's see where we end up with.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think when you go to the lineal foot, if you do that, I think the $50 is going to pale
It'll, right.
in comparison to what it would actually
I'm thinking
cost.
it will also.
So,
Okay. The next fee that we're looking at, it's our grading fees that we assess for the plan and then also for the actual permit. We have raised these by the CPI number from the 2017 to 2018, and we've rounded that to the nearest 50 cents. For comparison, what this is going to do, if we did all of the grading permits on the average we've been doing, this will increase the revenue by about $500 is all. A lot of them you'll see that it comes up to $100 or $1 more. I run some numbers so that I could give you an example. An average smaller subdivision, about 20,000 cubic yards, that raises that by $10.50 for that grading permit. We had for instance, the Pocatello LDS temple was 100,000 yards there. For 100,000 yards, the change from what we're asking for would be $37 in that permit. So that's the increase made by the CPI and rounding to the nearest 50 cents. Which is, I believe that's probably comparable for what we are doing on that. Because then we have the erosion control that is charged also, which is separate.
Is that yardage calculation yours or the contractor?
They give us they give that on their plans from the engineer. We look at that, and we do a lot of times we'll do a check to see if it's realistic or not. And I trust the engineers that's submitting this. The checks that I've done, it's pretty close to what I'm coming up with, and doing it a different way with a real quick check.
you okay?
Yep.
I think that makes sense. Okay.
Kind of went over the
Yeah, I
grading
think
permits
it's the
too.
same.
Yeah, the grading permits are the same thing, and the numbers I gave you is both of those fees.
Makes sense.
And like I said, doing the calculation, 120 lots, and then the grading there, our revenue would increase by $3,500, raising it to $50 per your recommendation. That'll be $6,500.
7,000.
So do you want us to build this in the budget, the additional
Yes.
revenue?
So
Okay.
the 500 is for the grading, and then the 3,000 was for the inspection.
For the $25.
Yeah.
Got
Yeah.
it, thank you.
And now it's $50, so it's
Sounds
just
good.
double
So
that.
just put 6,500.
Yeah, it'll be $6,500.
Okay.
Any questions?
Is the inspection complicated if it's a multi-family dwelling?
No, not on ours. It's maybe a bigger size of pipe. It's the same concept, same everything's behind it. We're just looking at different pipe, or maybe there's manholes versus sewer clean outs. but it's relatively the same.
Ashley, what was the 6,500?
That is what we're gonna put in for additional revenues for the
Okay.
engineering department to help cover some of their costs, so.
That's the total.
Yep, so they'll take less taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna do airports, and then we will take a quick break.
Does our break have to be quicker than last week's?
Please. I mean, unless you guys want
It
to be
was
here
a
longer.
45-minute break, I think, last week.
The dynamic duo. Oh,
Our nickname? Morning, Mayor and Council. Christy Hines, Management Assistant at the airport.
Alan Evans with the maintenance at the airport as well. It's good to be here today. Starting out with our mission statement, we at the airport want to be a significant economic engine and a vital source for transportation services for southeastern Idaho through the development of air service, general aviation, and non-aviation land development.
So to go along with our mission statement, I guess you could say we kind of have three separate divisions. We have operations, we have maintenance, and we have administration. So we're just going to kind of give you our output on each one of those. Our operations staff, their main purpose is to monitor airfield conditions and safety conditions. We have to monitor 18 and a half hours a day. Those are our attended times, 7 days a week. This can be a continuous monitoring. It can be intermittent. We're required to do a minimum number of inspections on the airfield every day. If conditions are changing, there's weather, something like that going on, they could be out there as often as every 30 minutes. And then we have to report to the pilots what are going on so that they know that the airfield is safe. The operations staff also does our security patrols and the required security checks.
Okay. And she talked about the operations and maintenance staff consists of 3 individuals, myself included in that number. As you know, we have a lot of acres out at the airport that we take care of, but a couple of the high points that you may not be aware of. We have about 15 million square feet of aviation pavement and safety areas. That's almost 350 acres worth of ground out there to take care of. We have a little over 9 linear miles of airfield lighting and precision markings and signage. These 3 individuals also take care of 24 city-owned buildings, and of course the terminal is the biggest of those, and we do a little work in that one, but try to keep the others functioning and operational as well. We have about 14 acres of landscaping and greenbelt as you come into the airport, so we do have a little there. And then the maintenance crew, as was mentioned, kind of fill in once in a while for the operations if there's a need there. If we're short-staffed, they may come in and open and do those sorts of things. So wildlife hazard management falls under us, as well as snow and ice control. And so if the operations people do see a problem, the maintenance people have to get out and address that. So we're pretty much on call 24/7, if you will.
Alan, are your maintenance people cross-trained then in operations?
They are, yes, to a certain degree.
Our operations can't necessarily do everything the maintenance do. Maintenance has to have CDLs to drive the big plows. The ops people are not trained on those, but they can help with some of the smaller
Right.
projects. But all 3 of the maintenance people are trained to do the operations daily inspections.
Yes.
As they were, it used to be their duty years and years ago when it was possible to have one person doing both. Now the regulations are such that you can't have someone plowing while they're also doing a runway inspection, so you have to have 2 separate. But yes, since they've all been with us so long, they're all trained on ops
Yes.
as well. So the administration, that's me right now. Usually there's 2 of us. Usually we have a manager. We do all the paperwork, the boring side of it. We have over 60 tenants out at the airport on the property, so we administer all of those leases and invoices and payments. We also have over 300 users at the airport. Those are people that need to get through our gates because they fly or they work out there. We have to do a certain amount of vetting and badging to get all of them access through our system. And then we make sure that we are complying with all of the FAA and TSA regulations. That comes out of my office, as well as the grant management for major projects and budget management, and promotional marketing needs as well comes out of my office.
Very good. So some of the key accomplishments that we've had, we recently went through an FAA inspection, which is fairly intense. There's about 17 federally mandated safety requirements that they look at. That inspection went very well. We had a couple minor little items, and the majority of those will be taken care of in future construction projects that are ongoing. So we felt very good about that. Thought that went well. There's also the TSA security program inspection, and they look at our facilities and our operations and look for that we're meeting all those regulations, obviously. And there were no discrepancies on that, so that went very well as well. It's our annual economic input at the airport is estimated at about $39 million, but if you'll notice, that number was done in 2009. The Idaho Aeronautics Division, the state Aeronautics Division is doing a survey right now, and we've been working with them to get them the numbers that they need to go out and make these estimations. And I think that when we do get that number, we're excited to see that number, because I think that number is going to be drastically higher, obviously. One of the other things that has been really good for us, our passenger traffic count for 2018, we broke a record for the 3rd year in a row, which is great. It's the highest that we've had in 12 years at the airport, and it's the highest that our air carriers had in 23 years. So that's been really good. We moved a little over 90,000 passengers. Another exciting thing, we just had a new private hangar built on our airfield. That is the first one that has been built in over 18 years. And so that's kind of exciting. We've had some requests from about 2 or 3 other individuals here recently. We're working with them. So we're hoping that is something that's going to start coming our way, people wanting to build and get the general aviation hangars going. And then also we continue to apply our CPI increase of 3.3% to assist us with our increased operational expenses. So we've been able to do that.
A couple of the issues and concerns we wanted to bring up, some of them are immediate, and some of them are just we want you to keep in mind for the future. First, council graciously approved a 4th operations position last year. That was invaluable. We were not able to cover those 18.5 hours a day with just 3 people. We were having to pull our maintenance staff away from their jobs to do it. So thank you for that. It has been wonderful. We've been able to cover vacations as well, and our guys aren't as grumpy because they can have days off. We appreciate that. However, there are only 3 maintenance people. 2 of them are on the airfield side, 1 does the land side. However many million square feet of pavement that was, you've got 2 of them that have to be out there during a storm. If somebody's sick, we're going to have a problem keeping the airport open. It's a very low amount of staffing if they ever implement some minimum rest hours. We're not going to be able to fill that with just the 3 people. So we're not asking for it this year, but I think the minimum amount of staffing we have on that side only works because of the amazing employees we have, not because it's actually a functional method. So in the future, we probably will ask for an additional maintenance person. We would like to establish some sort of a capital fund. We've talked with Ashley about this, and she had a suggestion that maybe starting next year, because we didn't think of it this year, to program a little bit of capital in the budget every year if we could get that approved. From our estimation, it may cost about $60,000 a year over the next 10 years. Our facilities are just very old, aging. All of the HVAC units are failing. All of the roofs are failing. Equipment is getting old. I actually found out this one was a typo, the $85,000 that we need for this year. You'll see on our next page of the actual request, that was only one of the line items. It's actually $134,000 that we're requesting this year in capital, and we'll get into the next page on what specifically that's for. Another issue or concern is our air service is doing incredible right now. If we ever decide we would like to try to further that and get an additional destination or more service, there's a significant investment that's required not only from the airport but from the community. Our marketing funds are very low even to maintain our current service. If you want more, we've got to get people to fill it. You've got to advertise. You usually have to provide revenue guarantees, incentives of some sort. So if we're ever going to look for additional service, which we'd like to, we're actually just starting a passenger demand study that hopefully will be able to bring back some ideas of what our best opportunity for growth is. There's going to be money needed on the other side of that to actually pursue that. And of course, as passenger numbers increase, they're using more supplies, they're going through the terminal more, they're tearing up the carpet more. Operational expenses just increase as you have more people and more operations going. So.
Okay, in their personnel budget, you can see just a small increase due to the 2.5%, and then it looks like there was a change in medical. 44% of their budget is for labor, and they currently have 10 employees. Operating, you'll see the negative 68,000. That was due to a use of one-time money budgeted for 19, so they went ahead and took that out. So that's why there's that negative 68,000. And you can see how they are funded mostly by property tax, but they do get rentals and leases, which you can see has been increased, charges for service, and some small miscellaneous in there. So here are the increase requests.
Just one note before we go to that, I forgot to mention to Ashley, we actually have a separate budget. Did we ever present on that, the 072? It's a construction fund, that's just where our grant monies flow through. So this budget does not include our construction projects that we do every year. It's in a separate budget, it's funded fully by our FAA monies and our PFC monies, which come direct from ticket sales.
I can't remember if we've gone over it.
I don't remember if David ever presented on it, but just so you know, this is the operating only, it does not include our construction.
Yeah,
or our
the
grant
construction,
monies.
they only spend what they get
Yeah.
approved for, and it's fully covered, so it's really no cost.
We just
to the
budget what our
city.
projects are gonna be, and that's how much grant money
Yeah.
we get. So it does not flow through this budget.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so our budget authority increase request, the items that we're looking at, capital, $69,000 to replace the terminal carport roof and the soffit that's underneath that, as well as the Forest Service building has an upper roof that needs to be replaced. We're currently doing the lower one. There's some explanation below there. The upper one is in pretty bad shape as well, and that will need to be done. We're looking at excess reserves for that. Capital of $16,000 to replace 2 terminal HVAC units, and excess reserves on that as well. One of those units is just pretty well dead. The other one's barely crawling along, so we're going to be needing something there. Capital of $15,000 for a small mower purchase, also out of excess reserves. The current model is about 12 years old. It's the one that takes care of all the landscaping out front, mows at least once, maybe twice a week, depending. It's just starting to get a lot of hours and becoming a little more unreliable. We're also looking at capital for $30,000 for a replacement of a maintenance vehicle. This would be a little heavier pickup, one of the heavier dutier ones. Excess reserves on that as well. It's a 1995, a lot of miles, costing us some money to keep going. We're also looking at a one-time operating expense out of excess reserves of $4,000 for an office phone system. Currently, we have one line and one fax line, and I don't know how Christy does this, but she gets a lot of calls during the day requesting information. A lot of her calls come in wanting a phone number for SkyWest or Delta or whatever it may be. We'd like to put a phone system in that would actually direct those calls where they could go without tying up our time in the office. So that's what we're looking for on that one. Cost of operations, $62,625. We went through the budget. We're finding some items that we're just not covering with the numbers that we had. Some of those are increased vendor cost, rising fuel costs. We're maintaining an aging equipment fleet. The FAA is requiring us to do a lot more on keeping our runways clear as far as de-icing and those sorts of things. And we've never had much money in the budget to do de-icing, and that's one of those things that's coming our way. And then the most significant increase, obviously, is the marketing, which Christy talked about. We need some marketing funds to sustain and increase our passenger numbers. The bulk of this $62,000, $50,000 of it is advertising is what we're asking for.
And that would be a recurrent expense that we would like in the budget. All of the rest of those we can cover with our excess reserves as a one-time purchase.
That's correct. Very good.
We do have some additional revenue that can help with that. You see there, our reserves are, thanks to a very busy fire season last year, our reserves are looking good. We have additional $283,000. We're proposing to use about $134,000 of that. Still leaves us with $150,000 in reserves. We think that's probably should be all right, and if we have another busy fire season, that should jump back up. Our revenue with our CPI increases, we're estimating an additional $32,370, so that would cover almost half of the $62,000 in operating increases. So your help would be needed funding the additional $30,000.
So we can go back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the requests. So Most of these are going to be using airport reserves, which they have a lot of excess reserves to use. So that would be a good use of reserves.
What is the reserve, with our policy, what number are they supposed to have in reserve?
So the reserve requirement is 3 months of your budget. So that's extremely conservative. A lot of places do 2 months. We do 3 months. So the 283,000 is in addition to what they
So what
already
is the
have set
number
aside
that-
for 3 months.
What is the 3-month number, do you
Don't make me
know?
do math. Our budget's what, about 1.4 million, so whatever.
You're not sure, that's all right.
Well, I don't have the sheet.
Okay, that's all right.
Sorry.
It's all right, I was just wondering. All right,
Whatever a quarter of.
so council, your thoughts?
We have such an outstanding airport facility, we need to preserve it. So I think we need to get these things done.
I think the airport is increasingly important as we look at outside businesses coming to town. That's something they look at really hard. Our infrastructure out there is seriously deteriorating.
So are you saying take the 69,000 for capital replacement of the carport roof and soft it out of reserves?
I have a question.
Okay.
On the bottom one, on cost of operations, some of that's going to be covered by the increased revenue. Can any more of that come out of reserves rather than none of those can, like advertising or any of those?
No,
can?
because
have
they
to
are
be
going, they're
on-
they're
gonna be
That would be
ongoing.
ongoing.
Yeah.
So it's not just a one-time, these are all ongoing costs of operations.
That bottom one, the 62,000, that would be every year. We have,
These
right
costs
now, we
are
have
increasing.
28,000 in our marketing budget. To really be effective, we've got to at least triple that and spend that amount every year. So those are going to be recurrent. We could pay for them one time this year out of reserves, but we'll be coming back next year saying if we don't
We need
have
to do
enough
it again.
reserves, we still need it. This is what we're needing to spend.
But the revenue increase would cover about half of?
Yeah, it would be just around 30,000.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if we keep building up a lot of excess reserves, if we do, I mean, not that we want to wish for like a bad fire season or anything, but if we can use for some of that marketing, since we do have the reserves, and then if we have more, I mean, could you do that rather than have
The one
budget
thing
change
I want
now?
to throw out, and I think Ashley's probably getting at that, is to use reserve monies to operate on an annual basis probably isn't a good financial plan.
Okay.
But the marketing, I see the increase in marketing, which is 50,000 of that 62, is what we need really to maintain and bolster the service we have. If we should have an opportunity to seek additional service, you're looking at probably another $50,000 to $100,000 we're going to have to pay as a one-time when that service should start. That would be something that could come out of reserve. So if we have something special that we need to promote,
Okay.
but I think
And
we
we built
need
that
at
up.
least
Okay.
75,000 a year just to maintain the service we have and make sure people are using it.
Okay. All right, council, the HVAC reserves,
Yes?
Yes,
capital, the mower,
Yes.
yes,
okay, the vehicle,
Yes.
yes,
reserves, the phone system,
Yes.
yes.
okay, reserves.
Yep.
And miscellaneous, the 62,000 ongoing, would you like that added to the budget? Or would you like to put that on a list to look at the end of the,
And it is split out if you need to see what's
Opportunity.
what, but 50,000 of it is advertising and then there's a few thousand here and there.
And you're suggesting that you have increased revenues that will offset a portion of that?
32,000.
So we're talking
talking
30,000.
About 30,000, yeah.
So put 30,000 on a
And
list or
50 of it
budget.
is just the advertising.
50 is
advertising.
just
12 is the other stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I guess to increase the revenue, we need to market it. So maybe having it on a,
I mean, we need to market if
Yeah.
we're gonna get more airlines in and we're gonna get more people in and out, flying out of our airport, we do need to market it, there's no
Yeah,
question about
and
that.
we kind of asked our marketing consultant, what would you recommend? And he said triple, definitely, which we've got 28,000 now, so we're going with 75. Other airports in the area, just to throw out Idaho Falls, I was told that they spend at least 100,000 a year.
Yeah. So I will tell you, as much as I really want to increase that right now and say add it to the budget, I would like to remind you that we want to look at what we can do with our,
Well, why not?
So what I would suggest is put it on the list so that we can talk about it, because I want to know where we're looking at. But you've got the
Do we want to put like
32,000.
at
Why don't we
least part
just
of
say
it with the 32?
30,000 on the list
Yeah.
And then the rest of
budget
advertising is on the
32,000.
list?
Budget the 32 and put the other 30 on the list.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
So basically what we'll do is we'll update all of the cost of operations, and the advertising will only put the smaller portion. So
Yes.
that's what will be on the list, is that difference in advertising.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
I
good.
just
Bina
had
has a question.
Yeah, quick question. Do you guys have a marketing, like, does your marketing consultant have a plan right now what they want to execute from that funds?
Yes, I actually asked him, and where did I put my notes? Right now, we only do print. That's usually the best method where we're business travel. We would heavily increase the print, but he said that much would probably allow us to do some more television. Radio is very expensive because there's so many stations that to be effective on across the board, you would have to spend a ton. So I'm not sure that we get into radio, but he said that probably would allow us to do some additional television. We do advertise up north quite a bit. A good portion of our increase is travelers coming from north of us because our airfares are better. So we could increase our advertising and draw more of that down, but it would double print and then add some television probably.
Thank you.
Well, and I would just speak to your rates out there, because I look all the time, and I have one thing I got to do periodically. I get to fly to Denver next week for $200 less than what it normally was. So,
So it's
Billboards.
yeah. But we've got to get that word out there on probably on TV and stuff like that. And so it makes a lot of sense to do it. So add the 32 into the budget and then the other 30 into the
Okay.
list.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
No, you're doing a great job, by the way. Doing a great job out there. Thank you.
We appreciate your help.
Okay.
I like the
Okay,
time.
so we are going to go ahead and take a short break. Council, please, let's make it a short break. And I know actually it was my fault last time, so I'll do my best.
so we need to set a police meeting too.
Back to our budget development session. We will now call on Planning and Development to make their presentation, please.
Good. Yes, it's still morning, council members. Melanie Gigley, Planning and Development Services Director. Here to go over what we did in 18 and talk with you about the budget for 2020. You can see our mission statement really hasn't changed in several years. Might be something we should look at, but in the end, what we do is do our very best to serve the public in the very best manner we can, trying to educate, trying to help grow the community. Always we're looking at the health and safety of the community and quality of life. Our service summary, you can see in FY18, basically every category increased. We've had a very busy year. It has not slowed down. We had a brief lull where we only had 2 or 3 active applications, and that lasted for a couple weeks, and now we're back up to 6 or 7. With that growth, we are bringing in a little bit more in revenue. That's kind of well, I'll talk a little bit about that later on. But we have stayed extremely busy. A few numbers there on economic development. Again, good numbers, except that sometimes too low an unemployment number can be almost as difficult as too high. But numbers look good. I mean, we're growing, community's doing well, and I think that's reflected there. Our output summary, we have 6 employees within the general fund. That has stayed the same for many years. You'll see later, and I know you know, I put in for a couple new positions, just anticipating growth, one, and also to allow us to actually do some long-range planning and to keep our nose above the water and not just blowing bubbles some days. Sorry, quite the visual too. Measures of effectiveness. You guys were right there with us. You know, we went through Title 15, Chapter 20, the sign code. We made some pretty good changes in there, and I think for the most part they've been effective. We still chase a few people, but there are some who have complied very well. We have been heavily involved in the Northgate development, both me on the PDA side with the TIF development and subdivisions, annexations. It has consumed a lot of our time. We did the Carry First that I know several of you participated in to some degree or another. That was very successful in showing us what kinds of things we can do with streetscape improvements and looking at a potential zoning modification so that we can have a multimodal mixed-use area along that corridor. I also thought it was a heck of a lot of fun, and I think the community responded real well. Going on, the HPC, Historic Preservation Commission, has stayed very involved. They continue to work towards rehabilitating the Brady Chapel. They do work days, they have public events. They are going to have the Brady Chapel open again this Memorial Day. They just completed, well, on April 28th last year, they did the conference. They did it again just this past Saturday. Each year it's bigger and better and is, again, something very well received. I can show, I'm not going to read the groups that we stay involved with. That's just a sampling. It seems like we've always got a staff member somewhere working with some committee as either staff liaison or at least a city rep. And then the day-to-day customer service. Some days we call it putting out brush fires. At the end of the day, you're not sure what you did, but you were constantly busy because between phone calls and people dropping in, we stay. At the end of the day, you might not have a document you've finished, but you have worked pretty much solid all day. Then the PDA, where I act as executive director, we've continued to work on economic development issues. You heard their report to you in February. Again, their big one this year has been working on the Northgate TIF, and then now we're working on the closure of the North Yellowstone. Issues and concerns, probably the biggest, the biggest one on the planning and zoning side is the lack of ability to do a whole lot of long-range planning. The last update, for instance, to the comprehensive plan was adopted in 2015. It should be, and then after you do that, you take a look at the zoning ordinance and make tweaks and updates and housekeeping changes as needed. Well, that's gone past. We haven't even, we work on the zoning ordinance and we almost have it in shape for you to come to you, but we really should be back into the comp plan. But these are the kind of things that just simply don't happen because current planning is the immediate driver of our time use. Urban renewal and TIF funding, again, the legislature made some changes that will make it somewhat more difficult to use. It's kind of a constant. Each year the legislature seems to, in my view, restrict it so that it makes it a less and less useful tool, and it is one of the few tools that Idaho has to push economic development. Then finally, the number of permits or planning applications where you see the numbers and they're going up, it's something we are completely, it's uncontrolled. We don't know day to day what will come in, what will not. I can tell you that given everything we see, it will continue to grow. However, I can't tell you what that means in actual numbers, except that it will continue to grow. And as this community grows, you tend to see a lot more current planning kinds of applications because land owners see the opportunity to use smaller parcels and then they need use permits or they need variances. So it increases those numbers in addition to something like a subdivision. Also, it's difficult to compare planning departments, so it's hard for me to tell you that we did 18 of these and Idaho Falls did 15 and we did it with 2 personnel and they did it with 1 because they do different things. Their planning department doesn't really look like ours. Theirs doesn't work, for instance, with their development authority. They may or may not have code enforcement in there. So it's kind of hard to tell you where we sit in relation to others. But I think we do very well with the staff we've got. We stay up. I don't think there are major complaints on our timelines in getting things done. But it is something we always keep in mind because we are very dedicated to good public service. So, numbers.
Okay, personnel budget, you can see an increase. That big increase is due to a budget retirement in FY20. And 81% of the planning budget is for labor. They have 6 full-time employees. Operating, just a little bit of movement in between the lines, but overall flat. And I'll have Mel go over the increase requests.
Okay. The only real increase is that we were awarded $10,000 in certified local government grant monies that will be it's an in and out. We spend it and then receive it, so we need the budgetary authority. It has been $5,800, so it's an increase of $4,200 in that revenue line item. It will cause one expense item to go up, but there's a couple of line items that will go down very slightly to account for the 58 that was other places. But in the end, it's a wash to the budget because it's an in and out. I'm suggesting upping our revenue line, basic revenue line, a little bit. I'm very conservative in that. I'd rather estimate low and have it come in high. This is actually, at 35,000 is lower than our last couple years. So the council may want to go higher than that. It's just, that's how I budget my own stuff too. I would rather think I'm getting less and be pleasantly surprised at the end. I have put in for 2 new positions. One is an assistant planner, which is the equivalent of what Terry New's position now, and for senior planner, which is what Carl and Matt are. Either or both are really necessary to maintain, to keep up with current workload, but would then also allow some of the long-range planning to go on.
Melanie, is there any thought in your mind for additional economic development planning and personnel to fill that?
That's an option. That's both they're very different.
Yeah.
Economic development can be part of planning departments and is part of my function. It is very difficult. If you really want it to be robust, you want somebody dedicated to that. Like anything, if you want robust long-range planning, you just have to have the people to do it. So having a dedicated economic development would certainly make it a more robust and more, rather than as reactive as it can be sometimes, more proactive. So yes, that would be an option.
And we do have
And I think there is
an economic development manager
position.
in the budget. It's in 0801, so that's our economic development
Under this
division.
department?
It's
Or-
not under
No.
their department, it's separate. It's like where we pay, oh my gosh, Ready and, what is it?
Development.
Planning,
development,
yes,
yeah.
planning development. So it's included in that budget.
And if that was done, it could relieve the planning director position of some duties. Probably not enough to change the fact that still more is needed, because right now I'm not even close to caught up on anything. But it would make it. But there would yes, it would also create a little bit of room there.
Okay, fee increases.
Fee increases. I was listening earlier, and I know Merrill talked a little bit about the fee committee that went on pushing 20 years ago now, and how the result at the time, the idea was, and this was true for ours, that roughly 50% of, for instance, if a CUP costs, and it doesn't, $200 to run, the idea was that half of that would be borne by the general fund and half by the developer, the applicant, whoever, with the idea that we are serving both. So the idea is that it costs about 50, if a CUP costs 200, we would charge $100 to the applicant. We've been tracking it for a year. We used to track it quite a bit more closely. We're back on that. And so based on that, you can see the sign permits, subdivisions, zoning map amendments, and comprehensive plan amendments all show that an increase is needed. So that these numbers, the proposed, are roughly half of what it costs to process those things. And I included, for instance, the base amount for a notice in the newspaper, which is running us roughly $85. Some are a lot higher when you've got a big legal or something, some are lower, but you always have to estimate, you have to average those things out. Then the wireless telecommunication facilities type 1, we're adding this DOS and small cells because of the new federal regulations. This is just all we can charge.
Those numbers are based on 2018 figures?
Yes, calendar year.
But those are still only covering half your.
It's covering
Time
roughly
in.
half the cost of processing.
And why did we decide to do half the cost? What was that?
Well, that was the fee committee a long time ago, and it had developers on it and staff, and we did a lot of research on it. And the idea was that when we process a land use application, we are serving kind of two sets. One is the developer or applicant who is receiving the direct benefit of the review and processing. The other is that we are serving the public, and land use laws are there to protect the public. So the idea was that, half of it is to protect the public, half of it is protect and serve the public. I'm not sure what the right words are, and half is to serve directly to the applicant. That was the idea at the time. Something we could certainly explore further.
So it wasn't a mechanism, not regulation versus revenue?
No, it was just something that the fee committee at the time suggested and the council adopted, obviously a very long time ago now. But we have continued operating on that general
And it's
philosophy.
comparative to other cities around us, permitting fees?
They were at the time, we have spot checked, and they're close.
They're close.
In some places we're high, in some places we're low, but again, it's kind of hard to compare
The difference.
some of it.
I would like to see us go a little closer to, if it costs this much, it should be
Yes,
paid.
I agree.
Paying that much.
Okay.
Well, then all you gotta do is double it.
That's what it looks like.
Roughly.
That might have a negative impact.
I know, but I'm saying that
Well, but
if we're charging half, then if you
but we
double
could
it.
do what we
so-
did at the other one, which is instead of go 25, go 50.
Maybe you
Or,
could
you
do
know.
like 75% of cost instead of 50% this year.
Yeah,
You could look at
Look
that.
at that. So let's just talk about sign permits. What do you think? 250?
250.
Sure.
These signs would be the large ones,
Also,
These are the exceptions.
the exceptions to
Where-
our
where
existing policy.
Yeah, where it requires a hearing.
Okay, I think that should be higher than $50 then,
So what do you say, 300?
What would be,
if that covers the
If
cost.
we did
Well,
75, what would it be?
75%.
75% of,
What would cover the cost?
5%, 400 is 300.
yeah, roughly, yes. Thank you. My math is not that good.
So I guess the question is, do you want to go to 75% or do you, like sign permits? We're just talking that one right now. Do you want to have them cover all of it?
I think sign permits
An exception to a sign permit.
are 100%.
Okay.
An exception to it.
So that'd be 470.
So you would jump it to $400. Is that right? Or-
Roughly 470.
470.
And I rounded up and down here and there, but that's,
The proposed is what would be half right now. I mean,
The proposed is?
yeah, the proposed
the
is
proposed is
catching
roughly
up to half.
Okay.
So it's 470?
so it would be 470.
So it's an increase of 270. But these are
I
exceptions.
don't want it to harm commerce in any way.
Because I think it might,
Well, you go to 470, yeah,
that's
probably.
gonna scare them.
We're going to hear about it. I'll guarantee you
Yeah.
that. You'll hear about that.
Even if you did 300 or something, I think that,
It might be easier to
So
go
it-
incremental.
Right.
If you go to
we're
300.
going to hear about it one way or the other.
You're gonna, that's,
You're going to hear.
You want to hear about
That's
it this year
true.
and next year, or just want to hear
Rick,
about it
you're the
one time?
sign expert, what do you think?
But these are exceptions.
These are the exceptions.
Take more work.
These are not
Exactly.
every,
Yeah.
yeah.
They're different.
They cost roughly 477. I divided that by 2 and went to 235, which is 238, but we try to make them.
We've
and then
always
I went
asked you to
down.
be close to the.
Yes, so I went to
Yeah,
235,
5 or
I could
10.
have gone to 240. But that includes paying the hearing examiner, for instance, which is 125
oh
per.
yeah, then we should go up then.
So,
3/4 would be 357.75. This go 360.
I still am with you on that.
wanna
I
do
think
the
it
whole
should be
thing.
the full thing
Yeah.
on
If it
this one.
costs
But
that
this is not
for
for
an
every
extra-
sign, this is just for
So
the
we're
just
talking
signing ones, which will take
470.
more time.
So 477 is what
So
my.
480.
So we can
No, 475.
go for it.
You can't make money on it.
But yeah,
475.
yeah, it has
So
to.
can't make money, but you
cannot
can't
make money.
lose money. But we can lose
No, we
money.
don't want to make money.
I don't know.
Cannot make money.
Cannot make money on
It just
We're
went
not
up by
trying to make
$3
money.
because our
We're trying to
attorney
Jared's
had
like super happy
to get
right
involved.
now.
Actually, he's an attorney in training.
She is,
He's
okay.
super happy.
All right, so
Okay.
Yeah, that just, every sign went up. Our attorney got involved.
475, and we can blame our attorney for it. Okay,
We're trying not to lose money.
we're
No,
losing,
and
we're
it's-
losing $3 on that deal, but that's all right. We can lose money, we can't make it. Subdivision preliminary plat.
Okay, the plats then, and we do not separate them out by our code, so these numbers are softer. But it was 378 is half of the and these are just the planning ones. They are not engineering. So we charge this for the planning side of the review. And then there are others that come from engineering. Again, these are a little softer because all plats are rolled into here. Preliminary and short plats take a lot more time than final plats. Because final, unless there's something really odd, are much more pro forma on this planning side because then it's when the construction drawings and such are coming in.
Do we know how a comparison this is to Idaho Falls, to Chubbuck, to
I don't have good
Twin
numbers on this
Falls?
one, no. I did some spot checking and our overall trend was roughly similar. Again, it's hard to say from their fees, when you look at their fee schedules, how much that includes. Does that include everything? So without a really deep dive, you don't know whether, they might charge $1,000 for a plat, but that might be planning and engineering and all, public works of all sorts.
I think it's hard for us to say if we don't know that information.
Yeah,
That's
I think that
kinda
one's
what I'm
definitely
feeling like.
a tougher
We need
one
to
to. That's why I
probably
just
look
chose
that up.
roughly the half of what we know we spend.
Why are we covering the cost for it to be? That's a tough one, you guys.
What do you think? Do you
How
want to go to
bad would Ashley
400?
hate us if we
Go to
said
450.
keep it, or said wait on that until we could get a comparison number from the other communities?
Okay.
Good.
I would agree with Heidi. I'd like to
I
see.
mean, we want to recoup our costs,
Yeah.
but we don't want to be like ridiculous to the point that we're
Right, where
not,
people don't want to come build.
Yeah, I can get you better numbers.
Okay.
Or I'll get Ashley better. We'll be
Well, they'll
back.
be
Yeah,
different.
we'll be back.
They will be different. For example, Chubbuck just passed a fee last night of $1,500 per lot for a parks
Really?
Impact fee.
impact
An
fee.
impact.
Impact fee.
Yeah.
Oh, they're brave.
An impact fee, which will go up to 2,500 or 3,000 or something like that in the future. But
3 years progressed in to
Yeah.
2,300.
and so it's going to be difficult to figure out exactly what you're looking at there. But
Yep.
there again, I'm confident we can't make money.
We cannot
Being
make money.
told that we can lose money, but we can't make money on this deal.
We can
Worst
probably,
business plan ever, but.
we'll do our best to get you a closer number to just what the planning side of the review is.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know what the preliminary plats are and the short plats are, what that it looks like for us.
Is
And
it
I-
safe to say that if we're not out of line with other areas, that we would take it to what, 75 or 100% on those, as long as we're not going beyond?
I think the 75 is appropriate because we need to protect the
Yeah.
public. And so we have an
Okay.
investment portion.
So let's kind of shoot for that and hope that
So see
when
what
we
the
do
75
research
see what-
that
I will,
it
yep, I will.
See what that looks
goes with
like.
that.
And that's
Okay.
both preliminary and short?
Yes.
Yeah.
Zoning, would it be the same for zoning amendments?
Again, we have been in line with, but it has, the cost, it runs roughly, and we don't, the caution I would have on the rezonings is we don't do a lot of them. So this is based on only 5,
I feel like last year we had so many.
Small to
which is not, yeah, is a pretty small data point. The cost of those was a total of $1,563 per, roughly. So that's, so the 782, that's, and then I rounded down to the 780.
if it doesn't happen that often, and if we went up to like say 1,000, I don't think that would be really detrimental.
What was the smallest?
You know, I didn't, what I can do easily, the report comes out, the total cost of that project code, which is a rezone. Fringes and salary. It does not break it out, and then I know how many are in there. It doesn't break it out per rezone. We don't track them that small. That would be something of a time intensive of tracking everybody's time to every single application would become very time intensive. Something that can be done, but I don't know if the value is there.
What if you went to 800 and called it good? What if you went to 1,000? What do you think?
Let's do 1,000. That's a round number.
190.
Okay, move that to 1,000 then, it sounds like.
Okay. So I was, yeah, this is interesting. Comp plan map amendments have frequently run with rezonings. We didn't actually have one. I made this mirror because it's a similar process and usually a similar time involvement. I don't have a comparison at all.
Those overlapping time?
They can be. And if they overlap, they're generally just in the rezone. If they're required on their own, they're generally a similar kind of review. But we didn't have one. So I just made this mirror past practice, knowing that it will likely take that much time to process. And
Do the same thing then.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to be
So what are we doing?
You're retiring.
Wow. So it's my turn.
So you putting that up to 1,000 too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what it is? Is that what you said? I mean, are we okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Okay, wireless communication.
That's gonna stay where it is.
Feds can't change. This is the new one that's per federal regulations. If you want to take on the federal government, I'm
So the
happy with-
feds say.
No, we're on a roll.
That's all.
So the feds say it should be $500, or do they
This
set?
is the max. $500 for up to 5 units plus $270 annual right-of-way access fee per unit. They're saying you cannot charge more than that. It doesn't matter if it costs you $3,000 to run them. That's what you can charge.
Guess that's what we'll do.
So
I'd just go with
my recommendation is to go with that.
Yeah, well,
Unless Jared wants to step forward.
That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll get a better estimate of the additional revenues and add
Kind of blew
those
this
in.
one
So let's go back to the budget increases. Okay.
So I'm going to say right off the bat, I would put new positions, both of them, in the personnel thing to talk about later.
Yes.
Thank you.
Should we go ahead and do the revenue?
yes.
Okay. And we'll just kind of we'll figure
We'll
out
make
the
all the
lines.
adjustments.
Yep.
Yeah.
It will still make our operating flat.
You know how you said 35 is less than it has been? What has it been? Is it like 36 or 30?
Um,
I'm just wondering if we could adjust it.
it could go
more.
higher. Let's see, one.
Well, and it's going to get increased because of these other
Because of those,
increases
yeah.
too. So
Year to date, it's actually on the slide.
it is.
Way back at the beginning, our service summary.
Oh, okay.
So for FY18, it was 55,930, almost 56. FY17 was 50. FY 2016 was about 38. 2015 was about 28. 2014 was about 28. So it's significantly higher. That's why I cautioned, I'm very conservative in my budgeting. I would much rather estimate low, because if we estimate high and then there's only 2 applications that come in, you have none. On the other hand, it's unlikely. That's just,
You said it was 50 last
It was almost 56 in 18.
And then
I
the
would
one
say
before
that-
that was what?
50.
I can't
But before that, it
imagine
was
it's gonna
38.
go lower than that, do you think?
It's not likely to, no. Not the way our year's going so far.
So it's going to already increase with the changes that we just made.
Our year-to-date is 20 as of April 10th. So we're looking, if you just was flat,
Third of the year.
that's 40. Yeah, it's half the year.
So you want to go to 50?
So you could go to 40 easily, probably.
50.
What does,
50.
how does that affect your budget process, actually?
So basically, we'll lower the property taxes needed to run this department. If those revenues don't come in, then they have to
Go
use
reserve.
It would be
reserves
reserves.
That's why
or,
you have the reserve
Yeah.
policy. Go to 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
and then we'll figure out what the additional is. Okay.
So 50 as the base and then more with
And
the
then
increases.
the increases, yeah.
Holy cow.
And we will bring those back to you. Do you want us to show
Just
those
in the
to you,
budget, I
or do you
think.
not? Okay.
I
Okay.
think just in the budget.
Okay.
I don't think
So
anybody
we'll
was
just-
wavering whether we would cut it back, so.
So these fee increases will just be included in the fee schedule
Fee schedule.
when you guys go to vote
Yes.
on that in August.
Yeah, the
Okay?
only thing I would say to bring back is if you get looking at the other communities on this subdivision.
On the
plat,
subdivisions.
And that seems
Yeah.
not like it's
Well,
not.
yeah, thanks for
Yeah,
bringing
that
that
would be
up.
the
Those
one.
were the only two things we really needed to see.
You wanted to look at
We want to look at
subdivisions.
that to see what we are, but we wanted you to look at 75%.
And 75% of those two.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it time to consider impact fees?
There's a process on that you've got to go through.
Just wondering how planning felt about them.
Yes, I think so. I think that is something we probably should be talking about. It's a fairly involved, lengthy process because you have to do the study saying what those numbers should look like. But to do the study, and then it gives you the information you need to make the decision.
Right.
And especially where I think most areas do adopt them.
I don't know if most, I know some
some.
are, but
I think
I don't
Meridian,
know if
Nampa,
most.
The bigger communities, I think, in the
Chubbuck,
state
I
have
don't know
done
if
so.
Twin Falls does or not.
Yeah.
It's worthy of looking at.
Yeah, we can.
Well, impact fees help insulate you to a degree from giving away taxes for years upon end. They really do. I mean, they have it goes right to the development of what's going on, and it can collect taxes. And that's the one advantage they have over what I think are large TIFs, because you get the impact fee and you can put them right into operation for taxes.
I think we need to look at it because what the legislature is doing to affect urban renewal zones and what the future is probably going to hold there.
Yeah.
They're taking that away from us.
Bit by bit.
So when do we need to have that come forward in a
Well,
work
that
session?
will
Do we
be,
need to-
that process to do the study and stuff is about a year-long process, and so we probably need to find out exactly what it looks like, what companies
Do
it,
yes.
and what the cost of that looks like, and then we'll need to talk about that in a work
In
session.
a work session. We'll get some basic information put together and roughly what the cost would look like. It's kind of like not similar, but in some ways like the rate study that you do for the utilities. You don't want it done in-house. You kind of want a third party looking from the outside in. So there will be a cost with it, but it probably is worth at least figuring out what it would cost to do, and then maybe doing and then deciding, is this a direction you're ready to go?
And besides, you can blame it on Melanie because she's retired.
Well, it'll happen after
Everybody
she
else.
retires, I think.
Parting shot.
How
Yeah.
many housing units are being developed in Pocatello?
I'm not sure I can give you a good answer. I know that our building department is just as busy as we are, churning out permits. I have the latest report for them on a monthly basis and have not really looked at it yet. Sorry.
The trend that's in
20-something subdivisions being built right now,
Yeah.
so.
the study that's in the TIF district said there'd be 335 a year. That's what, and they were looking at Chubbuck and
I asked
Pocatello.
Melanie for this information last August. It was over 500 then.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what the current is. I asked Housing Board last week, and they really don't know.
I
Okay.
will.
Thank you.
I'll find you a number.
All right, we'll move on to CDBG and lead grant.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Janae Mitchell, the CDBG Program Coordinator. Our mission statement is driven by our 5-year consolidated plan, which is running from 2017 to 2021. And basically, it is to enhance affordable housing for low-income to moderate households. Our service delivery, we do not have 2018 up here yet, but it's basically the same as 2017 with holding steady. It is application driven, so it's on a needs basis. We are doing really good with our lead program right now. We were off to a slow start. We're on to our 18th month out of our 3-year grant cycle. We have 16 completed right now, and we actually have 6 applications on a coordinator's desk waiting to go through their applications and qualify them. So we're doing pretty good on both grant cycles right now. Our output summary, we were supposed to have 5 total employees in our program. But we have 4 right now. We are short our lead grant program administrator. I'm running both programs right now, so hopefully we can fill that, especially with CDBG coming to our year end right now. It's kind of hard, but we're doing good, so we're doing good. Our measures of effectiveness, as you can see, we're doing really great right now. We're at a 14.92 out of 20% benchmark. Our timeliness, the last line you can see, we can't have any more than 1.01% of our total amount of money 60 days prior to year end. So we're doing rather well with our numbers, and we're only running at 6.49 for our administration for our lead grant. Our measures of effectiveness, we have $1.5 million in private, federal, and state and other funds coming in to support us, and over $9 million in property values, which is increasing over 600% from the original value of properties. And we give several hundred dollars to our construction workers around here, so giving jobs to a lot of contractors, local contractors, which helps out a lot. Our big issue and concern has been late the last couple of years with getting our allocation sent out to us, and we had another government shutdown. We did get our PUY 19 allocation out a month ago. Well, it has sent, we know what it is. It's only off by a couple, like $20 from last year. We actually are going to get $441,414 this year. So it's great. Our numbers are pretty much the same when you guys got the action plan. I'm just finishing that up. We only have to tweak a couple numbers, which is really great.
First year.
Another issue and concern, that's why we have the lead grant. We do have one of the oldest housing stocks in the state. We are finally getting our numbers out. We're doing a lot of events. We saw a lot of you guys at the environmental fair, which was awesome, and we got 4 applications from that, so we're going steady with that. The biggest concern right now for both our CDBG and our lead program is getting qualified contractors, part of our group. So that's our only major issues and concerns right now, but other than that, both programs are running pretty smoothly and pretty great.
What do you really think is the resistance? I mean, this is such a good program.
With the lead or CDBG? The lead?
The lead.
Just getting people to understand that it is an issue and is a huge health hazard. Like we said before, we'll have we'll have a private person call us, and they'll call 4 contractors to come out, and only one will say there's an issue, because it costs a lot of money. We pay for our contractors to take these classes, and we're paying about $12,000 for our contractors to get certified. And then they have to buy all the equipment. So a lot of contractors like to fly under the radar and not get caught. But we are going out and meeting with realtors and with contractors saying, since we do have this grant here and we are on the 18th month, EPA is coming out and looking at Pocatello because we do have this grant. But that's the biggest issue right now is contractors not thinking there's a problem, and homeowners can't afford the fixes if they aren't going through our program. But we are getting out, like I said, we are going to all the events, and people are finally realizing that, hey, this is a free program, and the weather is getting better. So a lot of the programs, a lot of the applications we have on our desk are from people we met in November, and we do live in a state that has a lot of snow and cold weather. So we're hoping that everybody that we've met from past months, we'll start bringing in applications.
So a question we both have, is it income related or are we just trying to get lead? Do you have to,
It's income qualification, HUD, it's straight across the board for CDBG and for lead. So basically, if you're a 4-person household, you can't make less. Well, the new numbers came out right now. I didn't check. They just came out. I forgot though. But last year, in 2018, for a house of 4, you couldn't make more than $45,860, which is, high.
combined
So,
with all, with,
everybody living in a home, 2-parent home and 2 kids, basically. And everybody that has filled out an application, all of them have been eligible.
The lead grant has other qualifications because of children.
You have to have a child under the age of
It's a little bit
6
complicated.
that live there. But one good thing about it is they don't have to live in the house. They only have to be visiting the house for 60 hours a year. So you can be an aunt, an uncle, a grandparent, a caregiver. If the child is in your home, 60 hours a year, you qualify for this. And it also does renters, which is one of the first HUD grants that have ever done rental properties.
Can you borrow a neighborhood child?
We don't ask. We don't ask where you get your child.
Okay, so we can go through the budget. This is for both the CDBG and the lead grant combined. You can see the increase in personnel. That's due to in 19 we had only budgeted for 3, and we added a person like at the end of FY18.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't built into 19's budget, so that's why there's such a big difference there. But about 22% of their budget is for labor. And the CDBG manager is partially funded by the general fund, partially funded by CDBG.
Question about that. If we are at 14%, we're allowed 20, why isn't more of the CDBG fund used to fund that instead of the general fund?
Admin, we could do so. Admin has to cover other costs as well. Plus, we had some vacancy for a while. So it's a little bit misleading. We could go right to 20, but we would have to, then if we went over, you'd have to back it out. And trust me, that is a process we just did.
Yeah, we did that once. We're not doing that again.
From a prior year where we had spent a little too much in admin. So you could run it less in, but you might have to turn around and reimburse the treasury if you go over. Yes. But it's a good question. At one point we were 100% CDBG, but as the allocation drops, the 20% then is a smaller number, and you have a couple people that are generally fairly definitely CDBG driven, like the grants administrator. It's something we do keep an eye on.
Wouldn't mind seeing a couple more percent loaded in there.
Yeah, especially with the lead grant in place, you probably could, because some portion of Janae's time goes to the lead grant, or is it match?
It's match.
Never mind, it's match. Could you go to?
so the admin through the lead grant is a match.
Through
time.
my time that I spend on the lead grant is all match from CDBG.
So why do I seem to remember that when we were deciding if we wanted to do that, it was supposed to be no cost to the taxpayers, that everything administratively was going to come out of that lead grant, but it sounds like only half is of your...
No.
Okay.
We had to match a certain amount of time to the lead grant.
Okay.
You have to provide, help me,
I think it's 40.
10%.
I think it was 10%.
We have to provide a 10% match, and the 10% match is in existing staff. So
Okay.
it doesn't change what the CDBG person's salary is. It changes the allocate. So it didn't increase any staff anywhere. It just took some existing time. And we've been at roughly the 2/3, 1/3 for the last several years. So it isn't new to the CDBG, it isn't new to the lead grant. It actually was, when it was 100% was general fund, is when at one year our allocation was about $375,000. 20% of that will not fund a person. So as it's increased a little, we've backed it off to where it's 2/3, 1/3, but you have that issue.
Okay,
We can keep looking at it, but
I would keep looking at it.
We should.
Just keep looking at it, seeing what we can do there.
Well, and we can always, I mean, as we go through the budget year, we can always see what's available in hard code time to CDBG if it's available, if they're under that percentage.
And one of the things I did because we've been, and this is not reflected in this one because it's in FY19, but when we had empty positions because of a couple resignations, I can hard code my time to the grant, and I did, because I was covering those positions. So we can do some of that just internally within the budget year. But if you overspend your admin, you pay it back.
Okay.
That's not a good.
Okay, so their operating's a little bit different. They went down. Basically, how they budget is they budget on what they're going to receive. So if they don't receive the money, they don't spend the money. So you can see they get the, most of it is through grants. And so what they budget for is what they get. And that's just how we ran this program. So it doesn't cost the city, besides the CDBG manager, it doesn't cost anything to the city. So this is how we build their budget. That way they don't have to keep coming back and doing budget amendments if they want to do improvements. So that's just how we build it.
Okay.
All right. And then everything is basically built on the plan. So there aren't any increases. Everything's just built into the budget and there is no city cost. And then there's no fees charged because everything is grant funded. So the action plan was approved in December. So that's what they are using. And that is how they're building their budget. So are there any other questions?
Thank you.
And we'll get more information back to you on those couple of things.
That was the fastest one yet.
Jim, did we want to say something about sidewalks?
This would be the place, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
All right, we have a question. You didn't get out of here quick enough.
Well, we just want to, we noticed that our sidewalks in certain places are really terrible. In fact, I've walked some other places and they're terrible in lots of places. But particularly some of our entry places like Center Street and Clark Street. So I know if somehow we could work to get a little leverage towards those with some of this, because CDBG can go in some of the neighborhoods, but can't go in all of them. So if we could target some of those neighborhoods somehow for sidewalks,
I thought you guys were mostly talking curbs.
Curb and gutter.
Curb and gutter, but sidewalks too.
Okay.
Curbs and gutters are very, very expensive. We have a sidewalk application in right now from a private individual. But mainly what we do with our sidewalks is when we go out and we're doing a home rehab or a lead program rehab, we go out and look at the sidewalks then, and we try to do at least 3 sections in front of houses to go out there and do them. And gladly, if you want to give us some addresses, we can go out there and take a look.
Yeah, we just...
When we were on the parade route,
Oh, yeah.
we were throwing candy at very bad curb and gutter.
And sidewalks that are crumbled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look for some money so we don't have to spend it.
One of the things,
Or there's gaps where there
Use that
aren't
app and
any.
turn them in.
Yes.
Like you're walking down or up Center or Clark and suddenly there's nothing.
Yeah.
one of the things you can do is in each year's action plan, you could choose to put more into sidewalks, and then you'd want to look at the parameters. Generally, we have not installed sidewalks with this program. We have generally not done curb and gutter because it is so expensive, and what we're trying to do is improve the walkability right on the sidewalks. But you could choose to do that. Now, it would take it from some other part of the program, which is fine. It is a decision that this group makes.
I think our perspective is that if we get some of our main corridors taken care of, it's part of the same thing with neighborhood works or habitat. You improve and it kind of seeps back in.
Absolutely. But
and maybe we could work out a deal between CDBG, if you put in the sidewalks, maybe the street department would do curb and gutter at that place. And so it's not all on one.
Oh, boy. Yeah, and that is a possibility, but like I say, right now, I think we have 40,000 in sidewalks. That's going to do half a block, maybe? So if you want to increase that, that's definitely an option, but it takes it out of rehab or
Well, we
various
understand
other
that.
things. Yeah.
But we think that maybe the ramification and the turnover by doing Main Street type of situations as it permeates back into neighborhoods, it'd inspire some improvement back that way.
And it could.
And following up on what Roger is suggesting, maybe some lights around Caldwell Park and up and down that area.
We could do that again, but again, that's something that needs to be called out in our consolidated plan. So our consolidated plan, we'll be doing it again. It ends in 21. So that's something that our consultants need to do when they go out to stakeholders. If they need to say, we need street lights in parks, we need street lights on streets. We can't spend our money unless it's in our consolidated plan and it goes into our action plan.
We're
But
just
we'd be
trying
happy
to get some influence going.
Right.
Put it on the map.
We're not
Yeah,
trying
we
to
could.
determine it now, but
So, yeah, be looking for it. No,
Okay.
You're like a politician looking for the TV, man. Looking for the camera. This is awesome.
Oh, boy.
Come on back, Tom.
Blew that one.
Come on back here, Tom. Say what you want to say.
It's not going to take on the streets right now.
It's thrown out.
One other thought, when you mix funding with, for instance, streets, you bring with it CDBG's strings. So things like Davis-Bacon then would affect the
well, we're
other.
saying one project.
And then
is
we go away
next-
complete, they need to not be linked.
Yeah, next to, if you do this one, maybe the street department can say, oh, the sidewalk looks so pretty, it'd look better with the street and gutter, or the curb and gutter.
Let's look at it. Tom, if you'd please come up here, I have a question for you.
It's about $100,000 a block. I did some.
Oh, there we go.
And that's without asphalt.
that's the
And
curb.
that's without
Curb and gutter.
curb and gutter with no asphalt patchback.
Okay.
So, thank you.
I'm sorry, Tom. I didn't mean to make you feel bad.
Should we run?
We should have done this 10 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Run for it.
All right,
Thank you. Sorry, Tom.
Thank you.
Yes.
We're going to power through these really quick. We've got 3 more, and they won't take long, I'm sure.
We're gonna move on to animal services.
You guys would love the animal show.
We're the lucky ones that get to go when everybody wants to break for lunch.
That means it'll be quick.
Makes it easier on you.
We'll streamline it as much as we can.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, Ron Knapp, Interim Director, Animal Services.
Cliff Kelly, Captain, Pocatello Police Department.
Our mission statement for the Animal Services is to ensure public safety and provide for the welfare of animals. Currently, we have 12 employees. We have our director and the shelter manager, which actually is the shelter supervisor. It's just always kind of been referred to as the shelter manager. A full-time volunteer coordinator, 4 full-time animal control officers. We have 3 full-time animal care specialists. Those are the folks that work in the back, taking care of the animals and things along that line. And then we also have 1 adoption counselor full-time.
Can you differentiate the duties for me between the director and the shelter manager?
Well, I'm actually learning that firsthand right now because I'm kind of doing a little bit of both of those. So the shelter supervisor is their primary function is to supervise the day-to-day operations with the staff inside the shelter. They also are somebody that's trained to step into the different functions and roles in the shelter if we have somebody who's not there. So they're really trained at the end of the day if we need them to step into the role of being a animal care specialist for that day, or we need them to fill in the front. They know how to do all those different responsibilities. So really what they do is they oversee the day-to-day operations in there, in addition to the director, where the director is focusing more on the budget and office duties and responding to outside requests. And there's a lot of different people and organizations I found out over the last 6 weeks that are constantly coming in and needing information or wanting to provide information and help. So I think both duties kind of complement each other.
Are they both necessary?
Yes.
I believe so, yes, because like I said, honestly I'm stepping into both those roles right now, and it's really a lot. I would not want to have that responsibility all the time. It really is a lot to ask. I'm definitely working more hours than I want to be, just to be able to fulfill the responsibilities.
There.
Yeah.
I think maybe a way of distinguishing between the director and the director oversees the shelter manager, supervisor, has to make sure they're doing all the compliance necessary to keep that operation intact. But there are a lot more things that go on than just that duty, because animal services, the person who is the director has to network with all kinds of volunteer groups. Humane Society has to network with trying to get promotions that go for adoption. They do that kind of in conjunction, but they're kind of the lead person for the adoptions of primarily dogs and cats. They have to liaison for unusual animals to get them moved to someplace else, because every once in a while we pick up some kind of animal that the shelter wasn't made for, but there is a facility that can take that animal. And so the director has the big umbrella, and the shelter manager is under that. And I'm not sure, but I believe all the animal control officers are under the director, not under the shelter. The shelter is the resource where they can take the animals and that, but they have to, and so they have to manage the interface of these officers and animal control with public. So there's a lot of differentiated duties there.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to touch on our volunteer veterinarian, Dr. Blanchard. She's phenomenal. I've worked with her very closely over the last 6 weeks, and I'm just amazed at how much that she actually does for us and how much money she saves us. She puts, and this says 30 to 40 hours a week, but I think that actually is low. Because in addition to the volunteer veterinarian work that she's doing for us, she also comes in and does other volunteer work, whether that's cleaning or whatever we need her to do. So I mean, she's multitasking, and it's just she's a true asset to us, and we can't thank her enough for what she does. And we would have a lot of extra costs and things associated if we didn't have her on our staff as a volunteer. Our statistics for 2018, our intakes were 3,511. We were down just under 3% from 2017, which had just a little over 3,600. Adoptions were 1,387 versus 1,321 for 2017. So I mean, that's good that we had a slight increase. That's one of the goals that we'll talk about here in just a few, is just being able to work on ways to increase that. So we are adopting more and doing it quicker, and we have some ideas that might help us accomplish that goal. Transfers, we had 190 for 2018 versus 187 for 2017. That would be sending out to other facilities or fosters, things along that line, where we were able to provide the necessary care in our shelter. Returning to owners was 612 versus 611, so not much of a difference there. Euthanasias for 2018 was 1,324, and we had 1,083 for 2017. And then our release rate for 2018 was 62%, and it was 64, so we're a little bit under from the previous year.
Is there a reason the euthanasias went up so much?
So
Or died in care, I guess it's either.
Well, and honestly, I knew that question was going to come up, and I tried to come prepared for that, but I don't have the reason. I mean, obviously there is a big jump from what it was from that previous year. I mean, there are a lot of factors involved in that. One of them is that the animals that come in, I mean, the majority of the euthanasias are involving cats, and the feral cats, I mean, there's like a 5 to 10% probability that they're going to come in with the feline virus, and when we test those when they come in, and obviously those are ones that we unfortunately will euthanize. The other factor is we sometimes have animals that will come in that their medical condition, they have injuries or other health problems, and we have to do an evaluation to see if it's cost effective for us to be able to treat them. So we look at whether we can do that through our volunteer vet, or if we have to go outside to somebody else, and we have to look at the costs involved in that. And then the other part is that some animals also have an illness that, while it cannot be treated and taken care of, it's something where if somebody's willing to spend extra money for medications and the costs associated with treating an animal every single month, then we can adopt it out, but they're very, very hard to do. So those are some of the big factors in those
I heard there
numbers.
was a spike in feline leukemia last year.
There has been, and that's a big, I imagine, a big part of it.
Yes.
The other side of it is, last year, cats had litter, or kittens, or whatever they call it. They had far more batches of kittens last year than in previous years. At the shelter, that was a lot of the talk, was how many kittens they were seeing at unusual times of the year.
Right.
And so that just make that population burgeon more than.
And the kittens will have that virus more than the adult cats will, so that's a factor as well.
And cats don't get adopted out.
So let's focus on the budget. We're in the weeds. Let's move this one forward.
Okay.
That's a hard one.
So we just kind of discussed the euthanasia with cats. So unless there's any other questions on it, I'll just move on to as far as issues and concerns. Unleashed dogs. This is a problem that is, it's hard to convince people that when they're out, especially this time of year when it's nice outside, to have their dog on a leash when they're in the city parks or in other areas, but we do get a lot of complaints about that. Our animal control officers do the best they can to patrol the parks and other areas where there's a lot of active people with dogs, and we actually get complaints too, believe it or not, about cats. Some people take their cats out and they have them on have them off a leash, but they belong to them, and we have complaints about cats being on other people's properties while they're with the owners, as far as leaving deposits, things like that. So we need to work on ways to increase the awareness of the importance of keeping your animals maintained when you're out in public areas. Lack of spay and neuter resources. There are private. We have the we're fortunate that we have the volunteer vet that provides that service in our shelter, and then there's other options available outside, but there's still obviously a shortfall is the amount of animals that are not spayed or neutered, which is why we have such a big increase in our cat population, especially this time of year. So we need to look at ways of increasing that so we can hopefully decrease the population. I know that down the road there'll be some folks from Friends and probably Humane Society that'll come in at some point later this year and talk about the TNR program and maybe some ways that can help curb some of these problems. So citizens' responsibilities for cleaning up after their pets kind of goes back to the being in the parks and other areas. There's bags for picking up the deposits that are available, but owners need to be responsible for their pets. If you're out walking your dog in the neighborhood and it stops on your neighbor's lawn for a moment, you need to make sure that you're taking care of that. So we're hoping that we can increase that as well, just being aware of that responsibility. Internal issues and concerns. Staffing, we are currently below the national standard. We have some requests that we're going to talk about in just a minute. But we need to find a way to retain qualified people. We do have a great group of, there's a great staff up there at the shelter, and I've got to work with them very closely over the last few, 6 weeks or so, and I'm truly amazed at how knowledgeable they are. I mean, they're a young group of people, but they have a very good working knowledge of the shelter and the care of animals, and I'm very, very impressed with what they have to offer to us. And we need to make sure that we can keep them working there, and in the future, when we need to increase or replace people, that we can get the same qualified people. Our operating procedures, we need to update some. We need to update some policies and procedures. Some I found to be quite outdated. Some are like from 10 plus years ago. So that's definitely that's more of a long-term goal that we're going to focus on. But we definitely need to look at updating those and getting more in line with where we're at today versus 10 years ago. And that has to do with the fee consistency. We have a lot of agreements with other agencies or other cities or counties as far as when we take animals in, what we charge them. The last contract that I was able to find that was from 2006. So, we're looking at 13 plus years ago. So the fees definitely are not in line with what we're charging people that come in. So we need to be fair and consistent on that. So I'm working with the legal department right now to get those updated so we can make sure we're in line and charging consistent fees to everybody. On-site veterinary care, we have consistently 100 to 200 animals in our care. Right now, as of yesterday, we had close to 130 cats and kittens and about 30 dogs. So we got a lot of animals in our shelter. So that having that veterinary care on site, having somebody with that knowledge to treat and care for these animals is very important. And then we need to look at our software. I believe it's a little bit outdated. We have a program we're using called Shelter Buddies, and I've identified some problems with that. So we need to look at updating that so we can be able to keep a better control of our animal inventory, what we have. And then as far as what we've done for medications and treatment of animals, we've had some instances where either data is not entered correctly or it's not entered at all. And we also have a lot of things that are still listed in our database that is no longer there. It's some as far back as early 2018. So we're looking at trying to get all that corrected. It's going to take a little bit of time to do that, but we're going to work on that. Goals. We need to look for grants. I think I would hope that there's grants out there. I know that we've had some really good ones in the past through PetSmart and other organizations. So I hope that we can continue to look for those opportunities to find these grants and look for ways to improve without having to pay for those on our own. I'd certainly like to look at ways to have more events. We just did the Run with the Big Dogs last week, and we had a really good turnout for that, and I think that's important because that gives us an opportunity to promote the shelter and also to spotlight our animals to help get them adopted. And other goal not listed here is just I think we need to do a better job increasing our advertising, social media. So we're working on some things to help do that to help increase our adoptions. Efficiencies. I think I already covered that as far as just being able to better track what we're doing and how we do it. Our SOPs are definitely outdated, and we're going to have to work on getting those up to speed. We did just really quickly, we did just create a method that when we train new people that come into the shelter, the animal care specialists, we have a book, and it outlines what their expectations are, what we require of them when they go through their training, and there's a section in there they acknowledge that they've been spoken to about it, that they've actually performed the function, and that the trainer is signing them off as being proficient. So we have a way to track now and make sure that these new employees are actually getting the things they need to do their job. before we put them out on their own, and that's something that was never there before, or at least it wasn't anything that was ever documented, so this is going to help us as we move forward. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, so you can see personnel, there's a slight increase. There's just been changes in personnel, so changes in medical benefits. Then you have the 2.5% and the medical increase. About 72% of their budget is for labor. There are 11 full-time positions, except we had 12. 11 or 12, and about $68,000 in part-time. Operating, you can see, is flat, and I'll have Ron go over some of the requests.
Sure. So on this first request, I apologize. We actually had an update on this first slide. We have it listed as the animal care specialist, and over the last few weeks, we've identified that we had a need to reevaluate that request, and we believe that what we really need is to look at as a veterinary technician to assist our volunteer vet. And if Heather wouldn't mind coming up for just a second, she helped kind of facilitate the research on this and the costs. So I think she might be better to describe that. Sorry, Heather.
I waited until someone asked me to come up.
Sorry, Tom.
Heather Buchanan, Human Resources Director. What was originally submitted was an animal care specialist. That is a person that's working full-time in the kennels, caring for the animals and doing basic cleaning. A position, to add one of those positions, it comes out to $53,703 for the year. That's put at a family rate for benefits. We looked at switching that over to more of a vet tech position, and there's a couple different levels of that. A certified vet tech requires certain years of experience, and they also have to have a certification through the state. The difference in that position, it would help with surgeries, assisting in prep and post-op. It would be in charge of inventory and supplies, so the ordering of all of our medical items and tracking those and making sure they're all stored correctly. Another big thing that Ron talked about was this tracking in the system. It's hard sometimes to understand what animals are getting treated in a very clear way. They would become a primary person on making sure that data was accurate and up to date. That position costs out at $62,443 with benefits.
And one of the benefits to having that person is that, you know, our volunteer vet, she does put in a lot of time, but she occasionally likes to have some time off. So we do have occasions where she's not around, and then if we don't have her there, or if it's something that's an after hours situation, we have to go out to a vet. So this would hopefully eliminate some of that, if not the majority of that, if we had somebody on our staff that could help treat some of the problems that we might have when Karen's not available to do that.
Do you have a vet listed?
We didn't put it on there, but
In the original presentation HR and Finance gave, there was a request for an actual veterinarian on staff. A part-time vet with benefits comes in at $88,000. It's a professional level position with a high level degree. That's where the expense comes in.
That's part-time?
That's part-time.
Any other questions on that?
Go on.
Okay. Cliff, go ahead.
With the animal cages, we're looking at a $10,000 increase there. And what that is where they currently have the cats housed. It's not big enough at this point, and that would be adding one extra display cage in the cat area, and which would also maybe help a little bit with adoptions, and then to upgrade the other cages that are there with newer equipment. And I think there's some issues that need to be solved with those. So that's just there's room there in the shelter for it. We're looking to add those. The other issue is the computers. What we're looking at is one desktop and then two laptops or Surface Pros, and that's to help with gathering the data and being able to be used in the back. Because right now, the staff in the back that do intakes, they have to do everything, put it on a card, and then bring it up to somebody else to take care of up front. If we have laptops available for the staff in the back, they can do all of that and be much more efficient. As they intake the animal, they can take care of it all, and they eliminate a few steps there. So it's just a upgrade in technology. The next thing is animal control trucks. Okay, we're looking at one with capital contingency for this year that we'd like to add, and then one for the budget for 2020. And the reason, when you talk about aging vehicles, these vehicles that we have, animal control, they're aged. I mean, they're old. We still are using a 2002 vehicle with 256,000 miles on it. And these are mostly, we're talking about the, well, obviously animal control officers, their vehicles as they patrol the city. So the other two vehicles, I think two that they acquired, they were used with nearly 100,000 miles on them that they acquired last year, and maintenance issues are going to start building up on these. I think there are already some maintenance issues with oil leaks, things like that. So I think
they had
moving forward, go ahead.
They had around 60,000 miles, and they're over 100,000 now. I mean, they're putting 30 to 40,000 miles a year on those trucks. So it really doesn't make a lot of sense to buy a used vehicle with the amount of time they're using those.
So I think replacing those vehicles and doing them and building a rotation, kind of like how we've done in on the police side, is going to benefit the city more and be a lot more economical in the long run, rather than having those vehicles that are drained as far as maintenance and things. And
so, and $30,000 is a good price.
okay, 30,000 would include, and we just went off the state bid price for, and I think I looked at Ford F-150 and maybe a Dodge 1500 that are both in state bid prices, and they're fairly similar in cost. But then it also includes the cage that would need to go on it.
The different compartments.
Yeah, with the different compartments for the animals to be safely maintained.
And we have 4 animal control officers, and each one of them has a truck.
Yes.
The oldest truck is just it's a Ford Ranger. So when we get rid of that truck, we would need to buy a new insert because it's not big enough to fit on a full size truck, okay. And we don't want to stay with a small truck anymore.
Okay, so we'll just go over these.
We're almost done. Budget increases. I'd like to put in a request to. Right now, we're currently charging $120 for dog adoptions, and I'd like to increase that by 5% to $130. We really have no issues with adopting out dogs. They're pretty easy to get homes for versus the cats. We're currently charging $90. We're running a special right now with the help of Friends of the Shelter, where we're actually charging $25 for cats and $35 for kittens, which I'm hoping is going to help us get some of these adopted quicker. But if you look at the price that we charge versus like through the Humane Society, you can get a cat for $35, or you can go online and find people that are selling their animals. There's just no way to compete with that, So it really comes down to the demand versus what we're charging, and I think we need to adjust that. And if we do, I think we're going to see a lot more cats get adopted, because we're more in line with what everybody else, whether it's another organization or just a private individual. So,
Have you seen that those specials that you run really help with adoptions?
oh, absolutely, they do. In fact, we just advertised one today. We're doing it now through the month or through July with friends. We've reduced that by like over 50%. So, and every time that we have done that, that I've been told is that helps get that springtime influx of animals adopted quicker. So I think yes.
Are those animals vaccinated?
Yes, they're vaccinated and they are spayed and neutered before they leave the facility, and that includes a microchip.
Cats too?
Yes.
And I'm assuming the families that are adopting are kind of checked, right? Are they vetted? Are there something to see
Checked?
do we know who's do you have an idea of who's adopting them, or is anyone can come in?
Well, I mean, it has to be somebody who's an adult, and then we have a contract that they have to fill out, and it specifies what type of care that they are required to provide to the animal and the expectations of being a good pet owner. But we do take their identification and verify that who they are. But I mean, we don't do anything like background checks or anything like that. No. So, and then the last, I'm sorry.
We'll go ahead and then I'll ask you after.
Okay, I'm sorry. Kitten adoptions, we'd like to change that from $90 to $50. Kittens are a little bit easier to adopt than the full-grown cats, so that's why there's a little bit of difference in the fee on those versus the cats. And there's also, well, unless it's this time of year, there's also usually less, so they're easier to usually adopt.
Your question?
Yeah, my question was, when I was listening to you talk about how maybe the software is out of date and looked at your list of other things, I was actually going to ask if rather than taking a lot of this from tax, if we needed to increase some fees. So I guess I'm kind of surprised to see that we would drop them if we have all these other financial needs. And maybe it's not even just in adoptions, but other fees, like if you catch someone's animal and you know what I mean? I'm just wondering, like, do we need to look at that? Would that be something to help cover some of these costs that we
But
could
does
do?
dropping it make the numbers go up so that you actually get more?
I think dropping the price for adoption is going to help us because we're keeping them longer and we're having to care for them, and just the cost for the staff to take care of them and continue to provide the medications and that care. I think that in the long run, I think you're going to see that pay off for us, even though it's lower. Now, as far as the fees go, honestly, that's one of the problems that I identified, is we're not being consistent in the fees that we're charging. We're charging different fees depending on whether it's somebody from the outside, as far as another city or county coming in, and so I don't have enough data right now to make a comparison to tell you whether or not we should increase those fees. I think now that we've identified that there was an inconsistency and we're being consistent on what we're charging from here forward, I think by next year whoever's in this position should be able to come in and give you a more definitive answer on whether we need to increase other areas.
Yeah.
Well, there's a problem sometimes if you raise your fees too high, then and there's a surrender fee and stuff like that. You just end up having people dump them. And then you've got the whole cost of the whole thing. So if you take surrender fees and make them too high, you're not encouraging people to surrender.
So I'm going to pull us back to the budget again.
Well, that's
with
a
this.
fee.
Well, that's a fee, but it's not a fee that we're talking about
It
right
affects
here.
these fees, Brian. If you are not going to surrender it and dump it on the street, it makes every one of those costs go up.
So if you listen to what our interim director just said, if we are charging those fees across the board, he believes they're probably fairly decent, but he doesn't know because we haven't been charging them across the board. So that has nothing to do with this that we're talking about right now.
Fees.
And so if it were me, I would follow the recommendations of our director now, because cats every year we talk about come in, get one, take three with you. And every year we run into the same problem that we have right now. And so I think it's a good idea to drop those fees because we are keeping them longer than what we should be so that we can adopt them out, and dogs don't seem to be a problem.
We spend a lot of overtime costs just trying to take care of these animals. So it takes them longer to clean the cages and just the maintenance involved in that. So I think that's a big part of it too.
Well, the reason why I was bringing it up is because we just got done talking in other departments about how if we're not, if we're not covering our stuff, then we need to raise the fees, or we need to look at what I mean, instead of just keep raising tax to fund that.
I really like this recommendation because it looked to me like $90 to adopt a cat or a kitten was way too much. And I think we'll get more takers, and it'll be better for our program if we adopt that fee schedule.
I think so too.
Is $10 increase enough on dogs?
I'm reluctant to request anything above that for now. I think that I think we need to evaluate that and see how this goes before we look at increasing it beyond what we have here.
So I would
Even
go with
if it
this.
was like 135 or something.
There again, I think it goes back to what you can get from other people, whether it's somebody from a private organization or just an individual that's selling dogs and cats. And I think we have to try to be competitive in that respect, because it doesn't matter what it is. If you can buy something here for $20 less than here, where are you going to go? So I think we have to look at that.
People will start going to Craigslist.
Well, I know you were saying on
Yes,
cats.
absolutely.
On cats, it's more in line, but is that what it is? Like, I don't know what it is if you go buy a dog from.
And I relied on our staff and to come up with this, and this is what we think is in line for now. Yes.
I like these recommendations. I think that it's a little bit different than some of the other departments we were looking at, because I think those prices are too high, and so it's a deterrent to adopting. So I'm hoping that our adoption rate will go way up, and it will actually come out better.
Do we have any idea how many euthanasians literally killing kittens because they weren't adopted? Do we have any?
585.
Well, I saw the numbers, but many of them were just kittens that couldn't be adopted.
Yeah, a lot of the problems we have with the kittens is that they come in and their weight is under 1 pound, and it almost requires somebody that we have to look at seeing if we can get people to foster them, because it's almost like a baby. You have to basically feed them, hand feed them, and it's a very difficult thing to do. So a lot of the cats either get sick, or their weight, it doesn't increase, it decreases, and the health concerns become a problem. So that is one of the reasons why there's an increase in the amount that are euthanized.
Okay, so we're good to build these increases, decreases?
That would be my suggestion, Council.
Okay, so let's go to the budget authority requests. So it's not the animal care specialist, we're looking at a vet tech and a part-time vet. Do you want to add those to
My
the list?
recommendation, Council, would be put that in the personnel we'll discuss later.
Yep.
Okay, what about the animal cages?
I would list the animal cages. I would buy the computers because I understand the reasons for that, for an inventory control of food and everything, and I believe you're going to save at least that much in a year from that. That's what my recommendation would be.
Budget?
I would agree.
Okay, budget that.
On the budget. So one of the trucks we wanted to use capital contingency for 19, we just thought since we were already coming forward that we would just ask you guys so we didn't have to come to another meeting. There's 2 trucks that need replaced, so we were thinking we could do one this fiscal year and one next fiscal year.
I think that's good.
I would list them.
Yeah, I would put them on the
I'd
list.
put them on the list.
Both of them?
I would get
Yeah,
the
both of
truck.
them.
I'd get the one out of capital contingency, because
Okay.
wheels are falling off.
Okay, we do have wheels falling off trucks, there's no question.
Do 1 and 1.
Okay, do one with the capital and contingency.
And then put the other on the list?
Yep.
And list the other.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You're going to move on now to public transit. I have a proclamation I'm going to go read, so Council President Johnston, you got it.
Thank you.
168. I wonder what it costs to total.
We're pleased now to turn the time to our Pocatello Transit Authority.
Thank you. Skylar Beebe, the City of Pocatello Public Transit Director. Thank you for letting me come and present today. I won't spend much time on our mission here. It's a mission like other departments that we've had for some time, and really everything applies in there of what we're doing. Trying to do as much as we can with as little and most efficiently. Just to give you a little layout of our department, this is our organization with the director. We have a couple operations shift supervisors. We have the operators who are under them. We have one administration assistant and a maintenance supervisor with our mechanics and bus washers that are under that position. A little more of a breakout with our employees. We have about 60 employees altogether. We're pretty heavily dependent on part-time staff. Overall, we have about 19 full-time employees and then 41 part-time. And so that really kind of lays out. We spend a lot of time with training and keeping the drivers up to speed with first aid, CPR, PASS training, our maintenance staff with those things that are pertaining to maintenance. Our fixed route service, we have our two services, our fixed route service and then our demand response service. Our fixed route service, as you can see here, this is open to the whole community, general public. All of our buses are ADA accessible, so anyone can access them. We operate about 12 hours during the weekdays and about 8 hours on Saturdays. And then we have about 10 fixed routes altogether. 7 of those are regular routes, and then we have 3 peak time or tripper routes, and those are servicing a lot of the charter schools and different areas that we have around town that are just more peak times that we're serving. And of course, through our summertime, we're getting ready to enter our slow time, where we only have 5 of those routes that are running once schools are out of service. I wanted to break down a little bit these charts that you'll see here. This comes from our National Transit Database that has been required by Congress that we report to. All public transit agencies report these numbers. I wanted to reflect this. This is our cost per hour in our fixed route system. It really represents how efficient our system is based on what our output is.
Any idea why Coeur d'Alene's so much less?
You know, every service is a little bit different. I can't speak for that. It really comes down to their operating, so I'm not sure exactly why they would have a lower operating cost with that.
Is their operation comparable?
Yes.
They just drive the buses downhill, and so they lose less.
Or they're doing the Flintstones thing where they're not using fuel and that. So of course we have our demand response service, just a little bit of an educational piece under the Federal Transit Administration. If you have a fixed route service, you're required to have a demand response service or door-to-door. And so this is a service in the urbanized area of Pocatello. It's a certification required to ride that bus. We also make it available to senior citizens, and that's through the Area Agency on Aging contract. It's a grant that helps to pay the fares for seniors, and so it makes it so that they can ride at a suggested donation. We also provide non-medical services. This is the Medicaid transportation, which also serves as a great revenue resource for us. This service, in addition to the fixed route, has to run during the same times, but it runs during the weekdays about a little more than the 12-hour time frame because we offer an evening service. And then on Saturdays, it also runs for the majority of the day there. In this category, kind of our peer comparisons again, demand response is always the more expensive service because it's more specialized and you typically have less riders. We are definitely on the lowest end on this, and so that's a good thing for us. We want our most expensive service, if we can, to be the least overall. So. This is our service consumed from our ridership. So overall, in our 2018 ridership, we had 293,148. The graph on the right there is a little bit deceiving because it doesn't represent our total ridership. Rather, this is representing our fixed route ridership. If you go back, this goes back to fiscal year 2009, and you'll see the top line. You can't really see it through the colors there, but on the very top line, there's been that represents the total fixed route boardings. It's had a very steady decline. The second line down represents campus boardings, so our 2 routes that are servicing ISU campus. That is ultimately where we have lost most of our boardings that we've had. And then the bottom line represents our city routes, our core routes. And that has gone up, and then it just kind of goes up and above the water as we go on. A lot of I wanted to represent this because this big change that we see on campus was represented when Camp ISU removed the free parking that was up at Holt Arena. Our ridership, our 293, used to be our ridership alone on campus. And so I mention this because we're currently in discussions with ISU, and it's a pretty strong possibility that they will be reopening the free parking this fall. So that'll drastically change our department because we're getting hurt on the grant side because of our formula grants that's based on ridership and population. Because our overall ridership's gone down, it's impacted those grants. And so this will be a big thing for us. It used to always be that we had more grants than match money. Now we have more match money than we do grants. And so this will be a big thing for us.
Does ISU contribute to that?
They do, yeah. They give us about $60,000 annually. And there's some revenue opportunities there. We're looking at, they're going to look at wrapping a couple buses. And they've also been putting money aside to help us purchase a full-size coach. So, just to kind of briefly go through some of the key accomplishments that we've had. As engineering mentioned earlier, we had the 7th and Sherman project, which was across the street. That was always a very hard thing because it was just not accessible at all for any ADA purpose. It set a blueprint for us, and we have a project scheduled for this next year down at Portneuf Towers, which will be similar to 7th and Sherman. And again, as with 7th and Sherman, match is going to be provided by the Housing Authority. And so that'll be a really good thing. We were able to get a mobile service unit. This was a truck that the water department had that we picked up as a transfer, and we paid about $2,000 for it. Had about 34,000 miles on it. Through a grant, we were able to fully equip it with the equipment that we have always needed. For a long time in the past, our mechanics were just throwing different tools and different things that they figured they might need in the truck, and then hoping when they got there that they had everything. This is definitely saving us a lot because the equipment's already there, and all they got to do is jump in and go, and they don't have to waste a lot of time, with going back to get other parts or tools. We also replaced all of our radios to digital. We had an old analog system that was very ancient and definitely costing us a lot in different repairs, and so this was a huge update for us. We've been working hard with our boardings. We definitely want to see an increase. Even though our city routes have stayed steady, we want to increase that, and so we contracted with CCOG, who is providing mobility management services for us. And so a lot of that is training, it's outreach with VA, with disability organizations, you name it. And they've been very good in outreach for us. And so that's been a really big thing. 2018, we didn't have any reportable safety or security incidents, and that's always a good thing because that can affect us with insurance and you name it. Of course, our ridership went up on the fixed route side, which was a good thing. And then our ADA certified riders for our demand response was up by about 52.
That's 52 individuals or 52
Correct.
Individuals?
Yes, yeah. So just a few issues and concerns. As I had mentioned previously, our formula grants is always a concern for us because of the ridership. We really truly feel that we're averaging just over 20,000 in ridership on ISU campus alone. We felt that the increase that we had from this last year is because ISU finally bottomed out as far as where the ridership really has been. And so with the increase that we anticipate with those changes, that'll definitely be a positive thing for our formula grants. Fuel, we go through a lot of fuel, and so that's always an issue. And as you've seen, the fuel prices are going the wrong direction right now. And so we've set extra money aside to accommodate any huge changes, but it's something that we're always concerned about, because if it stays high and doesn't keep going back and forth, it can impact us. Capital, as you may be aware, we just replaced our fleet with 7 brand new buses, which is a really important thing for us. We replaced some very old and tired buses. But with that, our larger coaches is what we need to focus on at this point. And it is a concern for us as the council, and we appreciated the approval to obtain the 5 UTA buses. That'll definitely help us prolong the replacement of our larger coaches as we build up our reserves again for the purchase of that. And then our bus stop improvements. This has been a big thing for us because we have some stops that are just not ADA compliant because of sidewalks or curbs, etc. And so with the Bannock Planning Transportation Organization, they'll be doing a study again and actually updating their old study that was from 2012 in preparation for updating all of our stops. And that will help to address the ADA needs and so forth.
Okay, so transit is split into rural and urban, so we'll go over both. You can see a decrease. We had some retirements built in, and so they're not built into 20. That's where the big decrease comes from. About 48% of their budget is for labor, and in the rural fund, they have 4 full-time employees, and there used to be 1 3/4-time employee, but that wasn't built into 20's budget. So you can see there is quite a large increase. They're basically the same as CDBG. He builds his budget according to what grant money he's going to be receiving and what city matches. So there is no increased cost to the city at all. And actually the city doesn't put any money towards the rural fund. So it's all grant funded and other services. So you can see the charges for service, grants, and then other financing sources is how they are funded. So the urban fund, there's another decrease that's due to a retirement. About 70% of their budget is for labor, and there is 16 full-time employees, and they have about $370,000 in part-time wages. And again, you see the increase. This is just due to taking the grants, and this is where the city match comes into effect and building the budget. And we'll make sure that when we do the interfunds and everything else, that everything is balanced so that there is no cost to the city as a whole.
So that increase in capital outlay is coming from grants?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can see charges for service, grants, the interfund revenues, I believe, were for retirement, so those might come out, but we will go through, and you can see the other financing sources is for the city match, and any additional city match that is left goes into capital for them to use at a different time when they need that. So that's been helping a lot.
A question. Is the city of Chubbuck, are we still subsidizing the routes, or are they finally paying the full amount that covers?
Yes, yes, it is still being subsidized, and we've been in talks with them. I've been working with Mayor England. I think we're in a very good direction with City of Chubbuck. Ultimately, they've asked that we provide more data. We have our Route Match program, which has produced a lot of data, but we have new equipment that's going to be here this month that will lay out exactly all the boardings, where people are getting on and off, and that's what they've ultimately requested of us. But in talking with Mayor England, I do feel like we're going to be in a direction where they're going to be paying their portion.
One of the easiest ways to find out where people board in Chubbuck is to just shut down for a few days.
Yes.
Well, I just know we've talked about that for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's
They
good to
need to
move
be
in the right
paid.
direction, but I would like to see us
Be at the right
be
place.
at the right direction.
And we
right
agree,
now.
and this is going to allow us the equipment that we're getting. It's devices that are going in the buses. It's going to be able to allow us to track everything right down to the penny, as far as our ridership and so forth. And so this will really lay out, should Chubbuck decide not to, contribute more or only a portion more, then we can tweak our services down if we need to.
So are they like not believing the numbers that you're giving them? Is that why they're asking for more information? Or or do they realize they need to and they're just trying to prolong it? I'm just wondering what.
No, I haven't gotten the impression they're trying to prolong it. The impression I've got is they just want to go off the facts and have all the details in front of them.
How long will it take to get this data together?
I think by the end of summer, we will be able to, that's been the problem that we've had, is we haven't been able to track exactly where our riders have been and where they're going, where they're getting off on. Once this is in place within the next month, we will have very solid information by the end of summer.
Okay. And there are no budget authority or fee increases requested. Are there any other questions for Skylar?
Boy, that makes it good. Any questions?
I think if Chubbuck isn't contributing their fair share to this thing, we ought to cut them off October 1.
Okay.
All calls will be forwarded to you.
Pardon?
All calls will be forwarded to you.
So is there some exchange, because
No, but
our buses probably transport Pocatello people to some of the retail in Chubbuck.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the, further information they're looking for, because we know that we're transporting Pocatello residents there for, different doctor's appointments, whatever it may be.
Then Chubbuck's benefiting from that, and they ought to be paying for it.
Okay, we'll turn it back to the mayor. They're finished.
Okay,
We will have
great.
a library, last one of the day.
We'll try not to keep you from your lunch too long.
So when are we supposed to be back? 5:30?
I'm Eric Cease. I'm the library director, and with me is the associate director, Trina Bondman. The mission and vision, I won't spend much time on it, hasn't changed. The library's changed with format and technology and everything else. What we're trying to bring to the community really doesn't change significantly. We're still trying to do all those things and trying to do them well in a way that serves the community. Our number of employees is consistent. It hasn't changed from last year to the previous years before it for a number of years. We do have one half-time to going to a full-time starting next year. So that'll be the first change in a fairly significant period of time that we'll have. Volunteers are a big part of what we do. We actually have 1,300 hours, almost 1,400 hours of volunteer work this year. So that's things that, cleaning books or sorting things or doing a variety of different things that we don't have to pay somebody to do. And that saves a fair amount of money. If we were to have to do a lot of those things ourselves, it would certainly take up a lot. So that's been useful. We're really proud of our percentage of residents that have library cards. We're at 85%. And that compares to significantly lower numbers throughout the state. That number has actually increased since I came on board 8 years ago. I think it was in the mid to high 70s. We're now up to 85%. So that's good. That means that the Pocatello community values its library and wants to be part of it. So we greatly appreciate that. And it's kind of fun to see it keep going up.
Eric, is that Pocatello addresses?
Yes.
Not Chubbuck addresses?
Not Chubbuck. It's Pocatello residents, and Chubbuck is served by the Portneuf District Library, and so their numbers are their own. They cover Chubbuck and other outlying areas.
How many Chubbuck addresses do you have, though?
They fall under what's called a reciprocal card, and we can pull that statistic, but don't know it. But they have a separate library card status, basically.
They're done differently, and we can track how much usage is done by that and all that, but these are our specific numbers of those cards belonging to Pocatello residents, how much of a percentage of the total population is represented there. And it's right now 85%, which is significantly above. As you see, Twin Falls is 54%, Boise's 53%, and Idaho Falls is a little higher at 69%, but we're among the top in the state in terms of effective use of the library by their citizens, and that's
So
great.
who are the eligible people to be counted in that percentage? I mean,
Well, it's just simply a straight number, so that includes children, it includes various other things as they get their cards.
so 85% of
the 55,000 or whatever it is, yes. So that's, everybody is eligible as part of that. So if you were to take it from those who are, say 5 years or older, that percentage would be even higher. So we're doing really well there. We added 10,190 items, and e-books and e-audiobooks have become more and more of a thing that we're looking at. People are using them constantly. What was it, 1,300 or something like that checked out last 1,500 checked out last month. So we keep adding to that and keep having access. It's been great, and people really appreciate it. So we get more and more books to have access to. We just went through Overdrive, which is a corporation that has done some really good things, and that gave us a huge number of extra books that we have access to. So we're very fortunate. Well, we talked about the library car last year and said that while it's not in good shape, we could last another year, and we have. But it would probably be nice to have a vehicle that doesn't shake really bad when it goes over 30 miles an hour and that kind of stuff. It's original to the new building, I think?
It is a 1994 Subaru hatchback.
So
It doesn't have very high miles. It's in the 140 because we just don't take it very far, but part of that is because we can't.
So what we're looking at here is trying to replace that. We'll get a little more detail here in a second. And then also, if you want to talk about the mortar and where we stand with that and the water.
So we're talking about the original part of the library, the Carnegie building, which is 112 years old. We noticed some, especially with the transition between the seasons, we'd noticed a little bit of water infiltration. This year we had a massive leak where there was water pouring in above one of the workstations upstairs. We had to go to the Historical Commission to even find someone who could do brick and mortar work for a historical landmark. We were able to find a company that's located out of Blackfoot, Highlander Masonry. And he came in and gave us a bid, diagnosed that the mortar is literally crumbling between a lot of our bricks. And he gave us a bid for immediate repair of the 2 windows on the Garfield side that would stop the immediate water damage. And we've taken care of that out of this year's budget. But taking a look at the building, he said that the entire building mortar repair needs to be done. And then he also does historically accurate lime mortar. It does everything up to historical standard. But then he'll seal the building with a breathable silicone kind of layer that will just help protect it even for another 100
He said that as he was actually going through repairing what we needed repaired immediately, that there were some bricks that could just be pulled right out of the building, which is not ideal.
So we do have the bid. Like I said, we've taken care of the immediate need, but we do have a bid of what it would cost to do the other 3 sides of the Carnegie building as well.
How much is that?
$40,000.
And we'll talk about that in terms of that in a second. Building adequacy, we really, and I've brought this up before, there is a need for an additional part of the building to be added onto the south parking lot. We've had it looked at, but what we're finding is that things that our library ought to be able to offer, a library in a community this size ought to be able to have the ability to do a computer training area, to look at our databases or various other things, space for performance or meetings or various activities, programs, quiet study and tutoring rooms. We have nothing that we can offer in that regard. We have a lot, the science, technology, engineering, math activities are increasing, and there's demand for them, and we don't really have a place that's dedicated to that, and that would be useful. And then restructuring some workflow. There's some areas, especially upstairs on the second floor, where it's fairly inefficient in terms of trying to get things together. Last year, in March of 2017, Myers-Anderson had said that an expansion that satisfied all those things would run us about $4.8 million, which is not bad. We already own the land, and that's useful. So at some point in time, we need to pursue consideration of an addition to the building on the south side, and the ramifications of that.
And we could do that expansion without compromising our parking,
Yes.
off-street parking.
Well, the south parking lot is not heavily used. There's usually enough
But I'm saying that
space.
there's some building requirements for so many spaces per.
Yeah, I don't think that would change anything at all. It's 13,000 square feet. In fact, there is a consideration also in our heads as we're looking at this, at potentially trying to purchase some of those parking spaces across Garfield in that lot that's there, that's privately owned, but there's a possibility of trying to take some of those spaces. And if we're using, for example, the meeting room or whatever, it could be done after library hours or in non-library hours. Parking over there might be useful to access that part of the building.
Or they might be able to get a tax advantage if they gave them to you.
Yeah, and that's a possibility.
Or just
we
let
would
you use
certainly
them.
allow them to do so.
I mean, that ought to be investigated, because I think sometimes you can get they can let you use them and get an annual tax
So that'd be great.
credit sometimes.
That would be great. So that's at least a consideration, and it would allow for a really fairly sizable meeting room area. We can't really have an author in. We can't really do any kind of major presentations or programs. And if we have a meeting room of a decent size, we could even split it to cover some of the meeting rooms that we have now are almost entirely full.
We put some numbers together, and it was almost 80% occupancy. We turn people away almost
Daily,
at least
pretty
3
much.
or 4 times a week.
Yeah.
We want to reserve a meeting room space, and
We just don't have one.
especially during tax season.
And it also could be useful if there's the possibility of charging groups to use the meeting room. So there's a potential revenue source there too.
Did you hear that, Heidi?
Okay, so we're gonna go over the personnel budget. You can see the increase in personnel. The medical benefits, there was a pretty large increase there, probably just some changes. And I know the personnel, we did go from 1 half-time to a full-time, so that could be part of that. 76% of their budget is for labor. They have 17 full-time and 7 half-time employees and about 23,000 in part-time. Operating budget is built flat, and the revenue comes mainly from property tax, some fines, and then just a little bit of miscellaneous income. So additional budget authority.
Sure. The two things that we talked about, two of the three things we've talked about before, the purchase of the vehicle, we've taken a look at what's out there. I don't have a specific vehicle to ask for here, but somewhere between 30 and 35, I think.
Yeah,
It
that
just depends.
35,000, I think, looking just a little closer is probably on the high side. We're looking at getting a small van or a hatchback. We do have a book wagon that we take out to the parks, so we need something that has towing capability. And we'd love to have something that has a lot of open space in the back that we could take out again for programs and put makerspace, things, and just boxes of books and things. So we do need something with open space back and then
And
ability to
towing
tow.
capability, yeah.
But it's
And-
probably more in between the 25 to 30,000.
And you're looking at something like a panel van or whatever that just doesn't have we don't need a lot of bells and whistles at all. I mean, this one, like I said, has lasted us since they built the addition to the library, and we're just finally in a place where that's not adequate anymore. So let me go to the bottom one first, then too. That's actually not in there, is the ability to restore the building there. The restoration of the original building is $40,000. There are only a few people. There's also a repair person in Utah, northern Utah, Salt Lake area, that has the ability to repair an historical building in an accurate manner. Don't have a budget or a bid from them yet. We do have a lockdown bid of $40,000 from the other, and that's located in Blackfoot. Then the last item there is the electric utility budget. We did our great light change, and it has resulted in significant decrease in cost of our electricity. We originally had a budget of $20,000, and it has cut it only by about $5,000 a year. So we recovered that in 4 years. We had hoped that it would cover 10, but then among us, we realized that in fact we have a whole lot of things plugged in the library. And so this first year, since it was completed just before the beginning of the fiscal year, this is really a pretty good indicator of what it's going to cost us electrical wise. And it's going to run us closer to $15,000 than it is. Our current budget is what, $8,500, something like that. When we put in the lights, the council moved it from $20,000 to $8,500 and didn't put it anywhere else in the budget. It was just removed from the budget. We're finding that this year alone, it's going to run us about $15,000. We need to get it back to some place where we can pay our utility bill, I suppose. And so that's the increase that we're looking at there, is just to get it back to what it's actually going to cost us for electricity. We didn't have any idea really after the light switch until we got a chance to look at it for 2/3 of this year, and we know that it's not going to cut it down by 10,000, but it'll cut it down at least by 5,000 a year, and it'd be great to work there. So we're looking at moving it to 15,000, which falls in line with our actual costs.
And they do have excess reserves of 180,000. So we just need guidance on these items. The first two items could be done using excess reserves. They could be done in fiscal 19, or we could put them in 20's budget. The only one of these increases that would actually be an increase would be the utility budget of 6,500 if you chose to use reserves for the other two.
And the other, just more information about the building restoration. It needs to be done during the warm time of the year. So if we were to make it for 2020, we really wouldn't be able to do anything with that until this time next year. So,
Heidi?
When you were talking about the electricity, it made me, sorry, this is a little bit of a digression, but should we be looking at like some solar panels or something for long-term benefit? I mean,
we have a great flat roof that could potentially hold
I
that.
mean, and maybe not even just on the library, but I know it would be an initial cost, but in the long run, it could, I don't know.
It's worthy of looking at, absolutely.
Aren't there some, maybe somebody knows better than me, but aren't there some maybe benefits that are this year and not in future years on that?
There are some that are going away soon, yes.
But I don't know if they apply to us as much.
Okay.
Because we're
Probably not, yeah, just,
I think that's
non-profit, I guess.
We have never explored that.
Still be worthy of looking at.
There's a group in town, pretty consistent right now, doing proposals for solar panels.
Okay.
Maybe we could hook you up with
Oh, that
them.
would be great, just at
Just to
least,
get a
just an
proposal.
exploration at
And
least.
there's also a panel discussion presentation here in this chamber on May 20th about energy efficiency and renewable energy and getting cities to shift to that and look at that. So
I would
there
be
should
very
be more
interested in finding
information.
out, not just on the library, like I said, but on some of
Yeah.
our other buildings that we know
Yeah.
we're gonna have for a long time and use, you know.
We could put a
Worthy
roof
of
on
looking at,
here.
absolutely.
What?
We could put a solar roof on here and solve
Yeah.
two things at
Yeah.
once.
The flat roofs are great, and that's what
Okay.
we have, is a
So we
big
can
old
take-
flat roof.
So I was just gonna throw that out while I was thinking about it.
Well-
But I think we need to do the stuff on the building, and can
Yes.
we use the excess reserves and do a budget amendment to do that this summer?
Yeah,
Would
Well,
that
I
be
would-
right now?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what
I would do.
And then I would still say maybe get that other quote and make sure that.
Right, well, certainly.
They
Yeah.
have not been responsive. We've been trying to get something for them from before and then again the second time, but we'll keep trying for.
Okay.
Just talk to our attorney and see if you need the second.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I would talk.
Sure. And I
It's kind
think
of
it
an
falls
unfair
under-
advantage at this point. You've already told his competition from Blackfoot, the guy in Utah, what he's going to charge, and he could come in and.
Yeah,
It's kind of an unfair thing. See if you
could be a
can
sole
use him
source.
as a sole source.
I
see
think
if you
it
can
could
do
be sole
that.
source because it has to be historical.
Yeah, I think it probably could be, and I'd rather keep the money in
The region.
Idaho or the region
No, I
rather than
would
Utah.
agree.
And he did a good job on the other part,
Yeah.
or
He was
so
very,
we know
yeah,
that.
I was
Very
gonna say, very
efficient.
prompt, very.
The question I have with the vehicle, we're moving to the fleet department, and is fleet looking for efficiencies in buying vehicles throughout the city, or?
Yeah, we're looking at trying to standardize more.
We're looking for just a basic vehicle, and I'm good with whatever is.
Well, I'm looking at $35,000 when I just talked to animal shelter, animal control, that can get 2 brand new pickups for 30.
Each.
30 each, well, yeah, 30 each, but we got one for 35, so.
And we had said that it's really probably between 25 and 30. I have one other comment too, in terms of the building. We can do that, but before I get there, I want to explore grants too, because there may be grants available for historical building restoration, and so I'm going to try to take a look at that. And if we can reduce the cost there, that would be valuable too.
But if you're time sensitive,
Right.
I don't know that you have time to get a grant.
And we'll explore what we can as quickly as we can, and go from there.
Agreed.
Okay, so what do we want to do with the vehicle?
I think they need the vehicle, I just.
List.
You want to list it? Or you want to use their excess reserves?
List.
Okay, we got a list,
I'd say excess reserves.
okay?
Is the reason for putting it on the list so we can talk with like fleet about what to do about it, or?
That and it's $35,000
Or 25.
25 to 30.
or whatever, yeah.
Okay, well, I would say list for now and
Okay.
get more clarification on what exactly
Yeah, I'm okay
it would
with
be.
listing it.
So you list it and get better.
Okay, put the vehicle on the list.
Sounds good.
What about utilities?
Utilities, I think we need to
we have to
put them in. You got to pay the
Gotta
bill.
keep the lights on.
Right?
Okay, I think that's
Okay. Any other questions?
Any other questions, Council? Nope. Okay, Thank you very much. Thank you.
What did you say?
You want to announce when the next meeting
Put in
is?
the budget?
Next meeting will be Thursday, May 9th after the work session.
Thursday, May 9th. All righty, thank you very much. With that, we are adjourned.
Right, yeah.